It is day number 2, folks, and it is time for some amazing PUBG Mobile action for you guys. Welcome once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship 23 Spring Split. My name is Fixes. I'm joined along with Shadow, and yesterday we did cast the day number 1. It was amazing. We did see how all these teams, there were a few that had come with all the grit and determination to win. Few were struggling, of course, and we hope that they make a comeback tonight. But Shadow, before we have the show started, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling super excited because on day number 2 is the most unpredictable day because teams have already tested the waters. They know how the teams are playing, where they are dropping, which rotations they are following. So day number 2, they can cut off the rotation. They can go for the very aggressive gameplay, especially the team sitting on the top. And day number 1 was exactly for Nepalese teams and Pakistani teams. Let's hope the Mongolian domination comes on day number 2.
Oh, we would hope for the same as well, to be honest. And before that, let's take a quick look at the roadmap. As you can see, right, we've got 12 teams from the PMPL SA, and then we have 8 from the PMPL PK. All of them are going to be participating, so we've got 20 teams right now, out of which 16 head on the grand finals. Whoever gets to be the winner, they go to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. Now that is something that's really cooking around the corner, and in a few days we will have that one name that goes on to represent SA. But as we move along to the overall ranking, a quick recap of how things kind of boiled out. Yesterday, MABETEX winning that last game, Chicken Dinner, established their spot right at the tippity top, followed up by DRS Gaming, who was quite consistent in the early stages. But towards the end, Shadow, we kind of felt that they were missing that spark. And talking about spark, Highvoltage DC has been great, considering how the performance was during the PMPL finals in the SA region.
Yes, definitely. Highvoltage DC, they need to step up. Yes, Magnus Esports and DRS, they were the most consistent one. Talking about Against IE, they started the day on a very high aggressive note by getting a chicken dinner for themselves. But towards the end, they started fizzling out. On the other side, IH crew, they really need to step up. Yes, the last game was in their favor, because of which they propelled themselves by 6 positions in the overall standings. But still, day number 2 is going to be very critical for the players of IH crew.
Yeah, I mean, for Illuminate, sure. But look at Stalwart Esports, quite not this position that I'm really accustomed to see them. Because again, we know Stalwart Esports, day 1, day 2, they're like, meh, and suddenly day 3, day 4 comes and they go full shebang. But yes, quite a lot of surprising names over here, especially NB Esports at the 19th spot. Unacceptable, to be honest. And same goes for Magnus Esports, and you've got the likes of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, some big elephants in the room, and now are struggling for their territorial control in the jungle right now. But a little bit of a head-to-head of a few teams in front of us. Let's see, who do we have got here? So it's going to be, well, NB Esports, how they performed during the SA Finals Day 1 against the SA Championship Day 1. So you could see that massive difference in almost every single number out there. Look at that. Eliminations 6.3 to 2.5. That's a huge sharp cut that we are noticing. Even this survival time hasn't been there, considering the lobby these days. 15 minutes, I think it's quite unacceptable considering their standards. But yes, we'll take a quick look at how they've been performing so far. Initially, I think Shadow, we felt good. They've been doing well in the fights, but towards the late, I think survival, the rotation has been one of those major concerns.
Yes, at the same time, NB Esports, they have changed their drop location, but I think NB Esports, they played in a similar fashion during the SA League plays. They were literally struggling, but towards the end, they started stepping up and the aggression was there. So maybe on day number 2, we can expect big things from the side of NB Esports, especially Mondo and Fistboy. So yes, there is still a chance for NB Esports to propel themselves up in the overall standings, because it's just day number 2. The standings are still very volatile.
Yeah, it's definitely volatile, because yesterday also we saw, right, one of those teams got a chicken dinner and suddenly they got 15 positions up yesterday. So that is something we really need to look at. But here we have a team comparison. So we've got two teams from Nepal. One is DRS Gaming, one is the other is Highvoltage DC. So clearly, I mean, DRS have been the better of the lot, and I think what has really caught my attention, just barring all those eliminations and the damage numbers, is the fact that the survival time of DRS has been much better in comparison to Highvoltage DC.
Yeah, I agree, because DRS in one of the game, they came on the first position, they got the chicken dinner, then they came second, then they came fourth. All they had was one bad game. On the other side, for Highvoltage, they had 2 good games and 2 bad games. For the survival time, yes, DRS, they are looking better. In terms of elimination points also, DRS are looking much better. In fact, this is a completely different DRS. In SA final, we saw a strategic DRS, and this time the DRS, they are the aggressive one. They are not shying away from the fights. They're eager to take the fights. Yes, a strategy is there. They're always a tactical team, but at the same time, the aggression is also on point.
Somewhere down the line, I think it also comes down to the fact that teams are getting a little complacent since it's the group stages. All they've got to do is stay at the top 16. So we're not really seeing them completely try hard, to be honest. And DRS has been doing that. At least in day number 1, I felt that they were try-harding till the last breath, because you would have some high expectations, especially not winning the PMPL SA. But we'll keep that conversation going on, because we've got the schedule in front of us. Slight changes, as you can see. This time we do not have any Miramar, which certainly breaks my heart. But a lot of you Sanhok fans will gonna be enjoying yourself. So first of all, we're gonna start things off with Erangel. That's gonna be the groups and in fact the teams from groups A, B, C, D participating. E will be sitting this one out. And in Sanhok, we'll have E joining the fray, and teams from Group T will be sitting this one out. So heading into Erangel prediction, Shadow, which team do you think is going to get the first chicken dinner?
I want to go with T2K this time. I don't know why. I just have a feeling. Maybe T2K can get a chicken dinner.
Alright, so T2K you say. And maybe it could be. I mean, nothing taken away. They're still a really nice team. But I think it's a Stalwart evening. I think I would want to go with Stalwart Esports, because I feel that the position that they are in, it's not acceptable by their standards, right? They deserve to be much higher than where they are. And how do they do that? Easily get that first spot and get yourself in contention, win the game, win it all. So I think if Stalwarts manage to do that, I think yeah, this could be their game. But hey folks, the ones who are watching this broadcast, let us know, who do you think is gonna win this one out? Because there are so many contenders and so many good ones also. So let us know in the chat. But it's time that we get into the game. But before that, we were having a little bit of a conversation around the others. I felt, in those first few games, from the second game, I think they came into play. That is where they were focusing a lot on good positions, right? Once they had the right position, that is where they decided to, strike. and they were third-partying a lot of teams. And like you said, most of these teams yesterday, we saw so many of those quicker fights being executed, right? Teams were kind of not hesitating, were not keeping a leash on them. You could see that teams were testing the waters, and that was the case with DRS also. But if you have to talk about some teams getting a little fickle, I really felt Seventh Element was doing that. They were going instantly head on for the fights, and suddenly they realized that, oh, we're surrounded by multiple teams.
Yeah, Seventh Element, it was not entirely a good day for them because the first 3 games which they played, not at all a good performance. They were not able to get those elimination points. At the same time, they were not able to get the placement points because yes, they were surrounded. The rotations were a problem for them. They were not able to find a good spot for themselves inside the circle. Yes, in the last game, they did manage to get good placement points by coming second, but only 3 eliminations. And just by placement points, I don't think they can survive in top 16. They need to be more consistent and more aggressive.
Oh, they certainly have to be. There's no second thoughts on that. And I think Seventh Element have been, I think in that final few games, they've been impressing us, to be honest. Yesterday, they went full try hard, wanted to, just live till the very end, and did accrue a top 2 position. So that is something that I really love about them. But today I'm going to be hoping that we get to see NB making a comeback. We get to see Magnus, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, even the likes of TUF, some big old dogs from Pakistan. They have been struggling lately. Aegon I8 has kind of lost their edge, but with a fresh new start, anything is possible. And this is one of those most momentous circles that we could face, as we have got the flight path trajectory all the way from the Milta factories towards Primos. So quite a certain trajectory that we have, and this sort of means 2 ways. Either it's a certain zone or it goes completely towards the northern side. Maybe if we get a Gatka circle or a Nyasnaya circle, I'd be really happy.
Well, if we see a Gatka circle where the players of Leo Esports, they are going to be pretty happy because they tend to go and loot in the smaller compounds of Gatka region. They have a dominant control over that, and Leo Esports, they did fare off really well in the map of Sanhok as well. So yes, Leo Esports are also looking much more prepared as compared to SA finals. Stalwart Esports again going for their home ground that has always been Novi Ripnoi, and 4MV towards the side of military base. Magnus Esports, talking about this team also, Fixers, yesterday they didn't fare off really well. They were not able to perform up to at least my expectations, because last I saw Magnus Esports in the previous PMPL, Magnus and Egenix IA, they were competing head on for the top spot, but this time they are sitting on the 17th spot. Not even a single good game came from their side.
Yeah, I think Magnus Esports, one of those biggest concerns for me has quite pretty much been the rotations, right? And we've seen them getting engaged early on in multiple fights, and suddenly the players start losing out on numbers. So that is something I think they might have worked on tonight. But this time, for Miracle Vibes heading to their good old Millie Bay, yes, Aegon I8 having decided, I think they're gonna go a little bit up north, and like we predicted, 3 variations, either a southern one. This one looks much like the good old Gatka circles, quite default. I think a lot of the IGLs will be happy around it. But we have seen, these days a little bit of massive changes in how the circle has been shrinking. So yeah, I just hope that the players are acquainted with it. As Sek, well, he's got a murderous intent, trying to just drive over Tantanatan, and Quantum Rage realized that they need to provide some cover fire. So Goku, you could already see that Mohsin Nagant getting holstered up. Halsey does have a shotgun. I do not know if the range really makes it, but yeah, Tantanatan makes his way to safety.
Well, that was much needed cover fire required at that point. Otherwise, Quantum Rage, they might have faced a casualty. Speaking of Quantum Rage also, yes, in one of the Miramar, they did fare off really well. But other than that, Quantum Rage was also not having a very good day. Yes, in the very first game, they were able to get 5 elimination points. What is happening? T2K with a vehicle run over onto the place of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. SKYLIGHTZ already suffering a heavy casualty, and T2K are literally chasing the players. Mafia Ninja down to a sliver of HP. There is no chance T2K, they are going to spare the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming at this point.
That's not happening. That's definitely not happening, especially after Mafia Ninja barely just surviving the sliver of HP. That is definitely, I'm gonna be hoping that T2K just chases it down the horizon there. But regardless, NB Esports, I think they've had a little bit of a tricky start because we could see Sec did kind of delay some time around, going after the players of Quantum Race. That did not happen. Eventually, Yasnai has been quite difficult to make it up to, and Marvin Ninja seems to be on quite an escape hit because at a point you would expect that somebody is going to shoot him down, but the boy is still living. So T2K at this point they need to understand there is a certain line that they need not cross over here because these are the early phases, right? Especially when you've got the circle around the western side, you want to get your loot done first, and then you want to consider your other measures, the other recourse that you're gonna take. But for now, you've got Quantum Rage and Illuminate Crew both beside each other. A little bit of a distance separating them. I think they're kind of quite aware of each other's presence because pretty much they might have done all that research. So let's see how Illuminate Crew performs today.
Illuminate Crew also yesterday not a very good day for them, so yes, they also need to step up. Yesterday we saw too many drop collisions happening in the very first game, especially towards Yasnia, where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Quantum Rage were there. This time Quantum Rage, they had decided not to go towards Yasnia, rather loot around the vicinity of shelter, loot for the smaller compounds, and then go for the secondary loot. That is going to fare off really well. At least they are surviving this time, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they are still struggling. But talking about I8, in one of the game, yes, they did manage to come on a decent placement where they were eliminated by the players of MABETEX Esports and DRS, where Delta clutched against MABETEX. Yes, that was a good game for the players of I8. One Erangel. Other than that, the elimination points are all still a problem. In first game they got single elimination, second game they got zero elimination and were taken out pretty early in the game. Third game they got 4 finishes, good placement points, but that is not enough. They really need to do much more bigger things. And Magnus Esports, talking about this team, well, they are in the city of Pochinki. That means they are pretty loaded. They have a good loot.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, every time you come to Pochinki, Magnus does that. But what do they do from there on is what has been the cause of concern for them. And this is one of those circles, I think, where Magnus can really capitalize, especially even Leo, considering I had a quick peek at the map feed. We could see that Leo, they are kind of taking over those main compounds of Gatka. And now Magnus, they're going to be racing their way to maybe contest for it, or maybe decide to take some adjacent nearby compounds. But 7th element, quite stable just around those sugar cube. In fact, just around those 12 packs, right? So the station over here, we can see the players of Raw from the far off Ray Claw. In fact, Raw had quite a disastrous start. But the best part about this team, what I loved was their recovery was equally that better. And there were certain times when even they had to engage in some 4v4s. We could see the players being, being really good at the assaulting skills. So that is something that, Raw has taken from yesterday. Today, what they need to focus on is a little bit more player placement points. And if they do so, I think they're really good to go.
Yeah, but they need the secondary load. Look at Ashad. He's not having a helmet right now, not having too many medkits. So they need to find those resources. Yes, the players of Raw officials are in the close proximity, and 7th element, they're aware of it. So they're just letting the players pass by, not making any sound, not giving any sound cue to them. On the other side, Godless is also in a tricky spot. The players of Quantum Rage were there, and Godless, being the cheeky one, didn't give any sound cue, and with that bike is going to make a quick escape and regroup with his teammates. This is a problem that players sometimes face, especially during the first and the second day when they go for the smaller compound loot. There is a chance that an enemy can be present over there, so you have to be very cautious. And IHC, well, they survived as a 4-man, and now they're making the rotation from the side of Milta. There is a chance that they can still cross paths with the players of Quantum Rage, because both these teams, they are going for a parallel rotation. And let's see what happens. On the other side, towards Farm also, there is a major cluster forming of the teams. So maybe we are heading for a potential 4v4 fight soon.
Yeah, with IHC, this is a team that comes into fights, you love watching them. And suddenly, something really goes down south. I think so far there have been moments, I think, individual moments of glory. You could see Ziol making a few good plays. There has been a few moments where Demo has been making those good plays. But there have equally also been moments where he kind of tends to overstep a little bit. So if, all those things are fixed, I think IHC could also have their name written in one of those chicken dinners. But for now, another concentric shrink that we witnessed. So Egan I8, they're in a really good position. Even I think the players from Raw have taken a nice spot. I think somebody needs to take over those jungle areas. I think that is something for Medical Vibes might be thinking, because yesterday in the final game of Erangel, if you remember, Shadow, that for Medical Vibes, till the very end, they did not even have a single elimination to their name. And towards the end, they just could not get inside the circle, were eventually perished from the face of Earth. But tonight, I think they have come with a fresh approach. And so far, they've been a little, how do you call it? They've been playing a little bit on the back foot, right? They've been not going, they're not exploding, rather, they're being very patient. I think this is something that we had been hoping from them. And this does come when you've got that little bit of experience kicking in, that maturity. But now Stalwarts and IHC, I think they are locking horns against each other, which we really want to see what's going on, because most of the players are in the vehicles, a lot of shots are being taken, and definitely not the airdrop is something that I want to witness. But regardless, T2K, they've gotten a single finish over the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and that has so far been the case over here. We haven't seen even a single fight ever since then. Just a few shots being fired, and that was pretty much it.
Oh, looks like the players heard you. Stalwart Esports and 7th Element, they are locking horns with each other, where IHC is also in the close proximity. But 7th Element, they have to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. And looks like IHC, they are in no mood to pick up a fight at this point, where 16 teams are still in the lobby. That's a good decision. All the teams, they are being a little cautious this time. They don't want to show over aggression right now. But Stalwart Esports, from that fight, they are approaching towards 7th Element, and T24 still bleeding. There is no revival coming in, and Action with the grenade is looking for some action, trying to take down Ashad over there. Yes, the smokes are down for Ashad, but they won't help him out because he's all by himself. Tokosaurus is also there. Divine is way too far away from his teammates, going for a flank, and Tops is aware of his position. So Stalwart Esports, they are having an upper hand in this fight, but perfect grenade comes and takes Tokosaurus down, and Action with the DBS gets a confirmation point as well. And now 7th Element, they don't have the numbers, and Stalwarts, they are looking very strong right now.
Oh, they certainly are, especially when you've got a weapon like DBS. He's just gonna mow through the teams, and a little bit of a comeback from T24, but not enough, as Top just takes that flank in and gets the better out of the players of 7th Element. Look at Top. I do not see any HP bar on him, but then you've got IHC trying to capitalize on that. NIRZ spots that out and keeps them away from harm's way, as Demo, he's been dealt with. And this is what has been the concern with IHC. They kind of bounce into the fights and suddenly they're on the back foot, but Zeol, he's always been the knight in the shining armor for them. Now Stalwart in a whole world of trouble. They need to do something. They need to somehow try and protect their comrade, as Action has also fallen down. IHC really want to capitalize on that. A quick revival on Demo. I think that's what their intention will be, and then they might set their eyes on Stalwart.
Oh, they can, but Stalwart Esports, they are having too much on their plate. Yes, NIRZ has already been eliminated, and Stalwart Esports, they are down to 3 men and picking fight on multiple fronts. They need to realize they have to isolate a fight at this point, especially when they are out in the open. The smokes are down, but can they help the players of Stalwart Esports? Because look at that. Yes, the trees are there for a little bit of the hard cover, but the trunk is not thick enough to provide much of a cover. And I see down to a sliver of HP, and Zeol with a vehicle is looking for one more knock on to Stalwart Esports player in a close frontal battle. Action's DBS stands taller, and Zeol has been taken down, and suddenly the tables have turned, and IHC, they're also in a backward situation. Stalwart Esports Tops has been taken down by IHC LX, and Stalwart Esports, what is happening? They have been eliminated. This is what happens when you pick fight on the multiple fronts.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart did not force that one out. At least for them, that's what I can say, because they had their eyes on 7th Element. It was IHC who were looking to pick on the spoils of the war. But right now, we've got Team Leo going up against Raw. As you can see, trades are coming in from both the sides, as 2 players have already fallen down. Kansha and Claw, both these players, they have to somehow keep the helm running. But that's not going to happen, as Sas with that beautiful grenade goes in, just takes down one of those players, as the final one remains in the top floor. And the moment they push it over, I think that is pretty much done and dusted for Team Raw.
Oh, it is, and this grenade can be so very deadly. Slipknot is looking for some knock and connection, but unfortunately, the damage is there, but no player has been knocked down. And Raw officials, it's kind of a deja vu moment, and Liquid with a single grenade eliminates the entirety of Raw officials. And Raw officials, yesterday also, similar thing happened. They were holding on to Barn House where the players rushed towards them and they were eliminated. And this time again, a very bad start. 3 teams have been eliminated. Stalwart Esports, something unheard of, getting early elimination. But Magnus and Quantum Rage looks like they are also locking horns with each other, and Quantum Rage, they are the one falling down.
Oh yeah, I mean, now we can see so many of those fights breaking out amongst all these teams, everybody vying for a good spot inside the circle. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they've lost out on 2 of their players. Quantum Rage, one of them knocked out, but Leo Esports have, kind of situated themselves in a very solid central position right now. But once the next circle shift happens, we have to take a quick look, because there are few teams who kind of have that little bit of that high ground cover. But, well, let's see what's gonna happen next. Red side, the players, they need to get inside the circle, illuminate crew right in front of them. You've got just Nima and AJ surviving, and especially with IHA in the nearby vicinity, it's not gonna be long enough that they get the smell of their enemies just around them. But Edgar, however, has been dealt with. I think it's quite rare that he can be saved over here. Still taking his chances though. But Aegon I8, I think they want to show no mercy, but IQ just suddenly retreats. Can't really understand why did he not get the confirmation there.
Maybe because he's all by himself and his teammates are inside the circle, and maybe he thought he's out in the open. There is a possibility of TUF going for a flank rotation and he can be taken down. So he didn't want to risk anything. At the same time, Egon XI8, okay, they were in close proximity to the players of T2K and they needed their teammate with them for a 4v4 fight. So let's see what's going to happen. T2K and I8 challenging and contesting for the same very compound, but Quantum Rage, this time they are up against the players of NB Esports, where trades are coming back and forth. And look at the amount of utilities, the smokes that have been deployed to go for the rescue mission onto Tanaton over there, but the grenades are still flung over by Mondo. And Quantum Rage, they need to be a bit cautious. Yes, the revival process has started, but this grenade was so very close.
Ouch, that would have hurt them. But right now, Halsey, he's on the prowl, instantly just dashing in, and there they go, trying to breach in through NB Esports' defenses. Mondo, he is the first line of attack, has already equipped his DBS, and Halsey has taken quite some damage. That grenade coming in from Seg, doing the job right now, but Senior lies prone right in the grasses, and Mondo just trying to tap through those smokes, just hoping one of those pellets does connect, and he gets a knock through. And still, constantly just applying that pressure as another one falls. As now, this is the moment where NB Esports decide to, take things onto their own hands, as Tuntanatan responds with a grenade and Seg goes falling down. So does Akaza, as Senior spots him out from that beautiful flank, as Mondo is on really low HP. The tables seem to have turned as Mondo gets taken down from one of the players from Highvoltage DC. Now Fistboy, hiding in that little room, is now flushed out of cover as Quantum Rage just trying to, force that revive through the smoke. And there you go, just like that, NB Esports get picked off by the players of Highvoltage DC.
Oh, perfect third party. The opportunistic one. Highvoltage DC. This team is always ready for the fight. There's always hungry for those elimination points. And right now, the next victim could be the players of Quantum Rage. But somewhere else, 4MV, they eliminated the entirety of Magnus Esports. Looks like both these teams were trying to move inside the circle. And during the rotations, 4MV and Magnus Esports, they locked horns with each other. Yes, 4MV, they also suffered heavy casualty in that situation. Wait a minute. 4MV, they have also been eliminated.
Oh my god. At this point, it's quite difficult to process what's going on. Everybody is just going after each other. You could see just teams vanishing from the face of the earth, not even being able to make it inside the circle. And for now, Aegon I8 and T2K, not the neighbors you would want to see right now. But IHC, well, they've got vengeance running through their veins as a few grenades are being flung over at their direction. As Alex just trying to eye out Roshan, has spotted out that smoke erupting, does inflict quite some damage, but still not yet enough to sort of gather that knock over there. But finally, the second one goes through, and IHC, now you know what's going to happen, Shadow.
IHC, they're not stopping. Regicide down to only 2 players and they have to back away. They have to scuttle back to safety. Otherwise, IHC, they are going to hunt for them. They're hungry for those elimination points and he was so close. The player of IHC was so close to Avenger. This could have been a vehicle run over, but they did lure out the player out in the open and Godless was ready with his M416. Takes him down, but the trades are coming in and Demo was there to save the day and his teammate. And with that, Regicide, they have been eliminated and IHC already 7 eliminations in their favor. And T2K looks like they're also not stopping. They are locking horns with the players of TUF and TUF is trying to challenge T2K in their own compound. And Edgar with a DBS shot right on the face of Rick gets an instant confirmation and T2K, they are down to very little HP. And M7 trying to save the day takes 1 player down, but that was not enough. It was a 1v3 situation and TUF, well, they have been eliminated, but T2K, they can't have a breather because XIA, they're also looking for some challenge. And Jane from that perfect window angle takes 1 player down, looking for the second one as well. There is no chance for a revival for the players of XIA, and Blair trying to find some breathing room, and Jane with the UMP45 is so powerful in the close range, but Seahawk will come in and in a matter of few minutes, T2K, they have annihilated 2 teams out of the lobby.
Oh yeah, I think finally, you know, the comeback that you were waiting from T2K has come into fruition. You know, they are holding their territory pretty well. You know, the fortification has been set right, and this is exactly the train to kill we want to see. And IHC now again on the warpath of trying to take down teams after teams, but this time they have to face the wrath of Highvoltage DC. I do not know from where they're taking those shots, but every single one of them converting into those limbs as IHC again, this time going heavy, going huge in terms of how many finish points that they have accrued, but still that position point marker is kind of missing. There you can see finally at the top left corner of your screen, Highvoltage DC having that high ground coverage to their favor, have managed to successfully deal with the players of IHC, along with a little help coming in from Leo. Now, how the circle is upon us, we can see Illuminate crew, they're at a really good position, and same goes with the likes of Highvoltage DC also having a little bit of coverage around those hills, right? And if they could play around that, I think this could be one of their games where they could get a chicken dinner.
And they'll be looking for it. That has been the plan for the players of Highvoltage DC right now. But even the players of Leo Esports, they are also faring really well. In SF final, they were struggling, but this time they're looking more confident, especially after the chicken dinner on yesterday in the map of Sanhok. This time, Leo Esports much confident in terms of the rotation, in terms of the compounds which they are holding, the patience which they are showing. Yes, the 5 eliminations are already in their pockets, and they can already go for more, but the circle has shifted away from them. So they again need to find a good spot for themselves inside the circle. That is going to be a bit challenging because on the periphery, northern side, we have Quantum Rage, then we have Highvoltage and T2K on the western and the eastern front. So it's not going to be easy for the players of Leo Esports to find a good potential spot for them. Maybe they can try and challenge the players of I8 crew and have a control of that compound, but I8 crew, well, looks like they are already prepared if that happens.
I think for I2, like you said, you know, they're going to be a little bit stationed for a moment over here, have no reason to leave the compounds because have some good cover to play around rather than just let the situation simmer down. You know, they want to kind of wait, they're still inside the zone, want to see the other teams, you know, picking off fights against each other, because the only problem that I feel with Highvoltage DC right now is they are too much split apart from each other. You know, they've got a lot of coverage, all right, but you know, even if a single player gets taken down, that is where the trouble arises, right? They lose instant territorial control, which could be concerning for me because T2K, they're also trying to close in. Cloud seems to have been spotted by Sus, and any single moment Sus might let loose of those bullets, and if Cloud gets picked off over there, I don't think there's a world that he could be saved. So at this point, pretty much, I think everybody is just laying down, waiting for somebody to get out a little bit in the open. But Malik could be the one creating all that difference, right? If he creates that flank angle, if he takes down the players, I think this could be a changing situation. But for now, right, Sas still trying to take those shots. In fact, Cloud realizes the threat that's in front of him. But a little bit of a silence right now. Just few utils being exploded, and that's pretty much it. Because apart from that, we're not witnessing anything else happening. I think everybody is kind of lying in wait for the next circle, and then they would replan their strategies of how to just enter in throughout the zone and pick their fights, because 5 teams remaining. Let's see who ends at the top.
Everyone is eyeing for that chicken dinner and 10 placement points so that they can rank themselves a bit higher in the standings. And that's where, like you said, there is a stalemate situation. Everybody is waiting for the next circle. Quantum Race still having the northern control in their hands. Highvoltage, yes, they do have good terrains to work around with, a little bit of a small compound also, which they can hold on to, but they need to be a bit cautious about Quantum Rage, because yes, Quantum Rage can come from the backlines and try to do some damage towards them. At the same time, I hate Crew, Woofus with no helmet at all. I really hope he finds some armor, because one bullet to the head and I think he's done and dusted. They don't have too many resources also in their hands, not too many med kits or bandages to work around with. So I hate Crew, eliminate Crew. I don't think they can engage in too many fights at this point. They're going to show a lot of patience right now. Yes, they're aware about the position of Malik, courtesy to that smoke. And through the smoke, Bufis is still trying to pep a few bullets and give out some damage, but Highvoltage, they're not taking any chances. They're not risking anything. And so the players of Leo Esports, T2K also going for a bit of the northern rotation. They need to be a bit cautious, because yes, all the prime spots inside the circle are already taken, and it's not so easy at this point to find a good real estate for themselves.
Well, I think for now, Illuminate Crew, they can afford this, right? They're still in the mercy of the blue. They're inside the circle. They do not really have anything to worry about. They've got some ridges to play around with. And Woofus, even if he gets knocked, I think pretty much the revival will come through. So that's not going to be the cause of concern. But, I'm just hoping I'm just kind of waiting, rather, for the first point of contact. Who takes that first step, who gets the first knock, because T2K, they've got some really nice coverage. We've got Quantum Rays a little bit clustered up. I think this is where they want to make that move on Suyok, but instead it's the other way around, as Nova somehow finds Jane out in the open, and this could be where Quantum Rage could capitalize on that information and could decide to push in over at T2K, as those grenades are being flung over, but still no damage being done, as Quantum Rage is kind of trying to tread through those areas quite cautiously. They want to make sure they get some area. They are not making any hasty moves over there, just playing across the ridges, and that is pretty much it. Finally, I8 decide to settle inside the vehicles and plan their next move. But this is going to be such a difficult escape for them, because considering the fact they're not just only clobbered down from one direction, but also from the eastern side, and you've got Leo, you've got Highvoltage DC. Whenever you're coming from that lower ground, you're ought to face a lot of dire circumstances, and that is exactly what's happening, as Viper has been taken down, and those flurry of grenades coming in, I think, has made life hell for the players of Illuminate Crew.
Oh, they are doomed. They are doomed. One side we have Leos, on the other side we have the players of T2K Esports, T2K. So it's not going to be easy for the players of Illuminate Crew to escape from this situation. Lot of throwables have already been invested, but as a blessing in disguise, Highvoltage are trying to do a third party. They take down Liquid, but the trades are coming in. Malik has been knocked down, and Highvoltage, they are picking fights with the players of Quantum Rage as well. Tanakan has been knocked down. This is the moment where the players of T2K, they can capitalize. They can find those trades. They can find those confirmations. Yes, Sandesh is dishing out a lot of damage towards I8 Viper, but he overexposed himself, and Nova X was quick to pull that trigger, instantly takes Sandesh down. Now Suyok is looking for the rescue mission onto his fallen teammate, but the rescue mission should come in. On the other side, Jane is watching for the flank angles that might come from the northern side, that is from Quantum Rage, and a Viper with a grenade takes down not just 1, 2, 3 players of Leo Esports. Sus has also been dealt with, and Haitami is the only one standing, gets a confirmation on onto Viper, but enough damage has been done towards the side of Leo Esports and Illuminate Crew. Suddenly, they are having 6 defeat points for themselves.
Oh yeah, and this is the moment they were waiting for, right? And Illuminate Crew, they're the ones who were kind of on that lower ground, so had to face the brunt. The moment they decided to get out of their covers, they were just getting pounced upon by so many squads. In fact, 3 squads chimed in, and as a result, they have lost out on 2 of them. And now it all comes down to Nova and Rufus. They are trying to make their way through. So Yog finally getting picked off by Nova. But still, the troubles do not end for Illuminate Crew. They have to figure a way somehow to try and inch in a little bit close. But it is Sandesh who's just pushing over with the ump. And he will be slapped right back by Woofist. Does not have the helmet, but does not concern him, as he still manages to get a knockout. And Sandesh is being confirmed also. High Dami being one of the biggest horns for Illuminate Crew, as he has that little bit of a cover and is waiting for the players of Illuminate Crew to make a move, as Cloud quite safe inside that only compound in the zone, as you can see, as there you go, a grenade coming in from Jane does the job, as Illuminate Crew bite the dust at the 5th spot, but with 7 eliminations.
Oh yes, I didn't expect I-8 Crew to stand for a very long time considering the position. They were on the lower ground, but yes, they did capitalize by getting those elimination point onto the players of Leo Esports. And now T2K, they might be having a next victim in the name of Highvoltage, but Quantum Rage kills. He was to pull that trigger, takes Malik down, but the confirmation has been done by Jane, and T2K Esports having 11 eliminations in their favor. 3 teams, 7 players still remaining. T2K, they are looking very strong. Highvoltage DC, they are in such a big split. Segregation that has been showcased from their side is not going to help their case, as Cloud is having his own worries. Quantum Rage right on their doorstep. Jiggle can try and do something, throw those throwables, and perfect grenade right on the face of Senior, instantly takes him down, but Cloud has also been shut down.
Yeah, it all comes down to Helsi, who's kind of caught in a really dicey spot, and somebody wins it. It is going to be the boys out there. The Nepalis getting the chicken dinner. What a beautiful way to capitalize on the situation, as T2K Esports take it home, and not just that, get to that overall 2nd spot in terms of the standings. And wow, what a game it was, right? Towards the end, Quantum Rage deciding to push in, Highvoltage responding back in passion. Just when that fight was brewing, Jiggle's position gets compromised, and T2K deal the final blow and get the winner chicken dinner.
दोस्त आपके लिए गिफ्ट लाए हैं
अरे वाह, तो बस हमारा शाही लिबास PUBG मोबाइल पे पहन लिया जाए।
सिर्फ PUBG मोबाइल पर।
All right, what a match that was, Shadow, right? It came down to the wire. This was, again, one of those PUBG Mobile matches that I was longing to see, right? When you have all these teams playing strategically, nobody's just going in with blindfolds right on their eyes and just trying to take fights, right? It was quite methodical, quite, where teams were resorting to a lot of patience being exercised. Came down to the wire, but T2K, I think this is where I think you would be quite happy, because you were expecting them to come back tonight, and they did right now secure the spot in that 2nd spot in terms of the overall rankings.
Well, this is the same T2K we saw in the league plays during PMPL SA. Yes, in the finals they were missing, but Erangel has always been a very strong point for the players of T2K. And finally, I'm so very happy that they are stepping up in Erangel, because Sanhok has never been a very strong map for the players of T2K. So it's Erangel where they can capitalize. And this time they were engaging in so many fights. First, they pick off the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, one player at the start of the game. Then they went ahead, eliminated the players of I8C, then I8 against I8 as well when they tried to challenge them in their compound. Then they went and did enough damage towards the side of Illuminate Crew as well. Both the I8s, they became the victim for the players of T2K.
And you know, to be honest, huge props to Highvoltage DC also inside
Yeah.
this matchup, especially when they were taking quite a risky strategy because they had such a huge spread. And despite that, you know, they were in such good positions to provide cover fire. Especially, you could see that when Quantum Race decided to knock on Cloud's doors, and suddenly you could see Jiggle, you know, providing that essential cover fire. What is essentially they did was they kind of forced Cloud out to come towards the right hand side, especially where the direction that Jiggle could have actually given him that cover, and they did exactly the same. And Jiggle just lobs a grenade, and one of the players of Quantum Rage gets picked off. The other one is already knocked out, and then there was just one remaining. T2K come in and they do the rest, and eventually also managed to take down Jiggle in the process. Did not have a lot of HP, but yes, the MVP in front of us, none other than Jane. And there you can see 815 points of damage, 6 eliminations already, and 297 points of healing done. And T2K pretty much had a picture perfect game. I think with the way how they were taking every single decisions, where we could really see that there was moments where they were looking a little bit flustered up when Sandesh made that push. He wanted to create that southern area, but despite that, I think these boys did hold themselves off really well.
At the same time, Jane and Sandesh, they have been the veteran players from the Nepal region sticking together since a very long time. The synergy between the players of T2K has been built over the time, and that is being showcased in the gameplay as well. But Malik from the side of Highvoltage, he also did a lot of damage, getting 5 elimination. The way he was able to pins down the players of Eliminate Crew, fantastic plays coming from his side as well. Even Cloud also in the final moment, yes, he was forced to come out of the compound. Otherwise, Highvoltage, they were looking very strong. They had the majority of the control of the real estate. They were controlling the entire circle. They were aware of the position of so many opponent teams. It's just T2K that became an ugly thorn for them.
Oh yeah, I mean T2K making the right moves at the right time. But a quick look at the match summary, as you can see, you know, it's mostly T2K, the players, and then you've got even the boys from Leo Esports, especially Sus with the highest assists. I think I wouldn't be surprised. I felt like he'd done some decent amount of damage, but I think Leo Esports held themselves off really well. I mean, the match started, suddenly you could see IHC just exploding again, you know, capitalizing on the situation where Stalwarts had just won a fight, took them down, and even for Stalwarts, the struggle is quite real. For medical vibes also, you could see them trying to, you know, just play under pressure, trying to play a little bit of those for those position points. But there has been so rare instances where they could safely get themselves inside the circle, and tonight has also been one of those cases. Highvoltage DC, there you can see right at the second spot with T2K getting 23 points out of this game, courtesy to those 13 eliminations. Then you have Illuminate Crew, despite, you know, that lower ground, they still fought till the very end, and Leo getting that 4th spot for them. Again, Aegon I8, not the kind of a performance you would expect, and the same goes for NB Esports also. I mean, Highvoltage DC literally ruined the party.
Oh yes, they did. They definitely did. But the position which 4ME, Stalwart Esports, Magnus, they finished this time, it's very disappointing. I expect big things from these 3 teams. 4ME having 4 eliminations. Yes, they are getting the points, but we expect more bigger things from team like 4ME and Stalwart Esports. Even Magnus Esports having 3 elimination. TUF, well, they were out in the open, and that was not a good position to pick up a fight. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they had a very bad start when they lost one player by the players of T2K, and they were down to 3-man army, and later some other team, I think it was Quantum Rage, that picked off the remaining players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. So yes, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they also need to spread their wings, get those elimination and the placement points, because again, yes, in the SA finals they did step up, but again this time they are struggling.
Yeah, I think even in that previous fight, you got a feel for Stalwart quite they could not really enjoy themselves after winning that fight against 7th Element. IHC just comes out of nowhere. But this is where I really felt that Illuminate Crew in that standoff were pretty good. But these were those final few moments where you could see, you know, Halsey just getting taken down, and then the final confirmation comes in. And quick look at the overall rankings. Highvoltage DC have taken that first spot back again at 56 points. Have been quite consistent so far. Had gotten a chicken dinner yesterday also, and just missed out on this one. But T2K making their way through, as MABETEX now have been reduced to that 3rd spot. But it's all right, because in the next map they're going to be coming back in along with DRS Gaming. So that's going to be interesting to see how they perform. But Leo Esports has been quite the surprise over here, staying at the 5th position.
Oh yes, they are sitting on the fifth. Leo Esports, I think they are doing fairly well as compared to SA finals. Yes, they are performing really well, and if they keep up the same consistency, I think they can remain in the top five. But looking at the bottom of the overall ranking, that is where the main shockers are. Magnus Esports is sitting on the 15th spot. Yes, they have managed to propel themselves by 2 position points, but that is not enough. They need to be in the top five. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also sitting on the 16th spot. Raw officials this time also they didn't had a very good game. They were taken out pretty early, I think on the 15th or the 14th spot, with only few points to their name. Raw officials, they need to focus on the placement points as well, because elimination points they are getting. Same for the case of Magnus Esports and SKYLIGHTZ. They are getting those elimination points. It's just a survival game they are not able to play.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are facing quite some problems with their rotations, and it's gonna get worse in Sanhok, right? The next map coming up for you guys, where we will have teams from Group E coming in and teams from Group D sitting it out. So train to kill after that little bit of a chicken dinner that they managed to get. They're gonna rest for a little bit, as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Regicide, and Magnus also will be sitting it out. But coming back, will be DRS Gaming, MABETEX, 3X, and 52 Esports making their way through. So, of course, you have a lot of expectations building up from 52 Esports, especially when it comes down to a map like Sanhok. We could see them playing really well in terms of the position points that they were taking. Choto has been quite a revelation for me. I think his first PMPL is a championship, and he's been doing pretty well. But coming back, it's time. We're tied up. So, Bhavna, predictions time. What do you think? Who's going to win?
Leo Esports, because they got a chicken dinner yesterday in the map of Sanhok. So yeah, I think they can get it again. Leo Esports.
So for you, it's gonna be Leo Esports. Somewhere down the line, I kind of feel some high voltage running through my veins, and I feel it's gonna be Highvoltage DC for me. The way these guys are charged up, the way they're playing, the risk they're taking, somehow they're making it work. I feel they've got what it takes to win a game in Sanhok, provided that the circles move towards the west, and if that happens, then it's okay. But yes, we made our predictions. You can make yours also. You can let us know in the chat. Everybody just making your own calls. Who do you think? Your favorite team, or is it going to be some team that has picked up the pace and has been asserting their dominance throughout this league stages of the PMPLS championship? But coming back to a map like Sanhok, it's been quite tricky, to be honest. The way the circles are forming, we've seen circles go a little bit north. We've seen some central circles also. A few teams really struggle. Eyes will be on Stalwart Esports as to how they're gonna push themselves through, because yesterday, if my memory serves me right, I think they had that drop clash against 3X Esports.
Yeah,
I guess so. Yeah, around boot camp, and they lost out on one of their players. So I'm kind of rather interested to see if that's going to be there's going to be a similar occurrence like that even today.
well, 3X Esports, talking about them, they really need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what's happening wrong. The drop location clash with the players of Stalwart Esports, I think that was a very bad idea, and they should avoid doing that. Even in the Miramar also, they were taken out pretty early in the game, the last Erangel. So all the three maps are not working for the players of 3X Esports. So they need to go back to maybe head over to Zarki or Hatin or somewhere on the extremities of the map and go for the loot. Sanhok offers very good resources and loot, so they can go for the smaller compounds. But talking about other team that did really well in the map of Sanhok yesterday was 4MV. They placed on the third spot. They got 8 eliminations. So yes, 4MV, they can also get a chicken dinner for themselves this time.
Oh, well, they certainly can, right? There's no second thoughts in that. For Medical Vibes, I think it's all about just getting into that game mode, getting started off for these lads, because I feel they've been trying to play a different style of PUBG M that's not working out. I think the usual habitat for the players of 4MV has all been about taking fights, and a lot of fights at that. And they kind of thrive in those circumstances. But so far, they've been struggling, right? When you kind of see them taking a little bit of a different approach, and that hasn't been working out. But still, I'm not concerned about for Medical Vibes, because I think for them, they're looking at the bigger picture, right? In the league stages, all they need to do is just take that, keep that top 16 confirmed, get into the finals, and in those days, just go all out, explode if you can. So I think that's going to be one of those days that they're going to be waiting for. Till then, it's all about just testing the water.
Agreed, 100%. Maybe they're preparing themselves for the next stage. But what is happening? 3x Esports again going head on with the plus of Stalwart Esports in boot camp. Yesterday, they lost the fight. They were taken out pretty early in the game, and at this point, again going for the same strat, I don't think it's a good option. On the other side of the map, Leo Esports, well, they're also locking horns with some team over there, and
IHC.
looks like IHC, yes, and they have got good defeat points for themselves. IHC this time not having a good start, but in boot camp this time it's kind of a stalemate situation. Yes, 3x Esports, they are in the main central building trying to engage in a fight, but they are cautious this time. They are not over aggressing, and looks like IHC, they are not in a good spot because TOF is also in a close proximity, so a lot of third parties are also happening.
This time so far, at least for 3x, there hasn't been a lot of commotion, right? They finally managed to drop down safely, have gotten a few loots, and this is where a threat is always looming around Stalwart Esports. They must be this kind of rethinking where could the players be. You could see a little bit of a partition being there, but trades coming in quickly as the buff gets wiped off from the face of earth. I see his position compromised as Kaido deciding to go in for the finish, but that's where the mistake comes in as NIRZ now wanting to capitalize on the situation. 3x Bomb 2, he needs to go on that escapade, still manages to keep himself alive somehow. But there you go. I mean, the inevitable is there. NIRZ is quite unhappy with what 3x are trying to do. That was a suicide mission again coming into the homes of Stalwart Esports. It took them a little bit of time, but still they come out through. But again, a casualty. This time, it's going to be Action that has been laid off. And I see Tops and NIRZ, they have to walk it through. But Quantum Rage and Raw, we see them meeting each other as Claw has been knocked out. Kansha under extreme duress as Halsey and Senior decide to charge in at his direction.
Oh, Kancha, such a tricky spot, a 1v2 situation for him. He did manage to take some HP out of Halsey, but that won't be enough to save him as 1v2 was way too much to deal with. And with that, he has been dealt with. Tanachan, who was knocked down, and Senior is running to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammates. In a matter of few minutes, Quantum Race, they have got 3 defeat points for themselves. A good head start. Leo Esports, they also have 1 defeat point, but TOF and IHC LX in a close frontal battle, and DBS again reigning supreme in the hands of Edgar. He finally managed to take down LX over there, and IHC this time they are struggling. They are down to only 1 solo player, that is going to be Zeol. He has to play for the placement points, and this time I don't think IHC can afford to show any kind of aggression, and TOF, they're still looking and hunting for the last remaining player from the side of IHC. But 52 Esports, I'm high voltage. This is rather a very fast Sanhok fixes this time. So many fights are happening. We can blame the circle because it's a complete western circle, not western circle. And high voltage and 52 Esports, all I can see is Cloud being surrounded by the players of 52 Esports. Malik bit far away from him. And looks like Cloud is also on the low ground. I'm sorry. I need to get my vision checked. High voltage, they're a bit far away from the players of 52 Esports.
Yeah, and this is one of the circles where high voltage, like I said, would really need. And they've gotten their dream zone. All they need to do is convert that into actions. And if they can manage to keep that Western Island under their control, then they're really good to go. But like you said, Shadow, 52 Esports already have managed to do the job. And yeah, 2 players already being dealt with. And the final one also falls down for IHC as, it was too much for them to handle at this point. As even 7th element lay down on that Western Island. And it is now comes down to 52 Esports, how are they performing. So like I said yesterday, we did see some good plays coming in by these lads as suddenly Stalwart Esports has picked up a fight against Illuminate. A quick rotation, they wanted to cross over, they wanted to go to the other island, but Illuminate crew seems like, they were just waiting for Stalwart to make such a movement. And this really comes down when you're one of those big guns in the lobby. Everybody has got a target right on the back of your head. So Illuminate crew really capitalizing, and Stalwart slowly but surely losing out on numbers.
Oh, Stalwarts, they are going to be angry. They are very angry. This drop location collision happening with the players of 3x Esports is not going to favor either of them. We saw a similar thing happening in the league plays as well, where Elementrix and 4MV, they had a rivalry brewing up between them, and every single time Elementrix, they used to have a bridge block for the players of 4MV. In the end, 4MV, they qualified for the finals, and Elementrix, for them, it costed them a slot for the finals. They didn't qualify. Same thing can happen with the players of 3x Esports. So 3x, they need to look at the bigger picture, because you have to qualify for the finals, you have to contest for the championship title as well. So this rivalry is not going to help the case of 3x Esports. Stalwart Esports, they're a strong team. They can win those fights, they can change the rotation, they can do multiple things. But for 3x, I'm concerned. And Nirzed, this time, 4 defeat points, but a solo player remaining. What can he do in this situation? Yes, he does have too many first aids, can afford to go for late rotations as well, but sooner or later he'll be taken down.
I really want to understand this little bit of a rivalry that 3x are trying to pick off, because they're kind of sabotaging their own mission, because you try to go against Stalwart in bootcamp itself. This is where eyebrows are going to be raised. I mean, of course, if you want to fight Stalwart, what you got to do is at least try dropping off at those warehouses, right? Try to block their rotation, try to make things worse, because when you're drop clashing with Stalwart, who has been dropping at bootcamp ever since, they've been playing PUBG Mobile on a competitive stage. This is where you do not try to fight your enemy in their own territory. Rather, try to kind of cut off their rotations, do something like Illuminate Crew did, right? That is where you would have that element of surprise, but instead, they're kind of going on that suicide mission, which is not really sensible at this point, especially considering where they are in terms of their overall standings, right? They also have to ensure they get into that top 16, they qualify for the finals, because by every passing days you kind of play 4 games. So this is where I think I'm getting a little concerned for these lads. But yes, coming back into this particular scenario, Highvoltage DC still have 2 of their players alive. That's going to be Cloud and Malik, but 52 Esports lie to be a huge thorn in their path, where 7th Element decide to just kind of keep a establish a blockade around that southern bridge connecting that western island. So that is where I think a few teams like For Medical Vibes are going to face a little bit of a trouble getting through. But Leo Esports deciding to go for the climb, as DRS are waiting for them. And along with that, you've got to look at Hassan. He might have all that vision going in for himself.
Oh yes, he does. Haidami, he has to go for the revival onto his fallen teammates, and I'm rather liking what the players of NB Esports are doing. They're going for the northern route. They can have the control of the Hartin and try and potentially dominate from the northern front, because on the northern side it's only NB Esports. So yes, they are in a good spot as long as they don't overcommit into a fight. They don't overextend. But right now, DRS, they are in a better position. They do have a good compound, and we have even the plus of Highvoltage DC in the close proximity. So there is a chance of a third party also happening, because hey, it's the stage 2 circle. We have 13 teams. There is a very high chance that there can be a probability of third party happening. And DRS, the good thing is they are not overcommitting. They are aware that there is a team on the lower ground. There are the players of Leo Esports. So instead of overcommitting, they're just waiting patiently and trying to find a player out in the open and capitalize on that moment. They're just guarding their own compound. This is what I like about DRS. They never overcommit in any fight.
Yeah, and that has sort of led them through so many accolades, right? Do something that no Nepali team has come close to achieve, right? Not just in Nepal, but also the pride of South Asia. Came second this time in the PMGC, and that nobody's gonna forget. Nobody can take away from them. But now, look at Nirzed. He's being hunted. Thor, Edgar, Joker, everybody just trying to surround him like hungry piranhas in the ocean. And Nirzed, well, what does he do? Just lies in waiting. Now waits for somebody to make that mistake. Maybe they're kind of unaware of Nirzed. They're just making sure they get through, collect or salvage whatever remains in bootcamp, and they're gonna let him pass. And at this point, Nirzed is not in the situation where he could just try to pick a fight from the backlines, right? At the very maximum, he can take a few shots, knock down a few players, But can he get that confirmation? Because I'm pretty sure Thor has spotted him out. Joker knows exactly where he is. And Nirzet needs to change his position.
He has to reposition. He's at the brunt of the blue. He can't afford to pick up a 1v3 fight right at this point with the players of TUA, but still he is picking that fight. He has managed to take down one player, but no use. Easy rescue is coming in. He's stopping the players of TUA from making those rotations. But will he benefit from it? I doubt. Because he has to move inside the circle. He has to focus on his own rotation as well. Yes, he does have 8 first aids to help him out in this situation. But still, it's a dicey game that he's playing right now. 4 defeat points already in their favor. And Thor, first glimpse comes in. And Nirzet takes hefty HP out of him. He almost has been taken down. And by the play zone. The play zone will come into the picture. And Thor goes down.
Oh my goodness. He's kind of a pain in the back for the players of TUF over there. Did not really see him coming, did they? But this is where, Nirzet knows that him getting inside the circle, that's not going to happen. It's so difficult to achieve. But Aegon I8, well, they are like a fish in a barrel because pretty much nowhere to run or hide. And for Miracle Vibes, they're giving a taste of their own medicine as Apex and Tantanatan in real close proximity to each other. But is Tantanatan aware of the attrition made by Tantanatan over here? The moment Apex just comes out of his cover, just takes those few shots, because now, there you go. He realized one of their players has been taken down. The second one will also follow suit. As for Miracle Vibes, this is the for Miracle Vibes that, I was sort of waiting to see. One by one, they are picking up the pieces. They are being the assassins over here, trying to find different various angles, constantly thwarting the players of Quantum Rage to kind of have that panic set in. Just imagine, just kind of think from where is for Miracle Vibes gonna attack. And this is where Goku, he needs to unleash his Super Saiyan mode. This is the right time, because Apex, he does not seem to stop at anything at all. He wants to make sure he gets all these finishes to his name, as one of them already goes falling down. Now Goku decides to go a little aggressive right on the chase, but Apex seems to have a little bit of an idea of where Goku might be, considering from the direction of those grenades coming in. But Apex takes the higher road, decides that now is the time where it's better that he gets inside the circle and then picks a fight against them next.
Oh, you have to be friendly with the circle, because I always say the blue zone is a 17th team playing against all the teams in the lobby, and they're going. The blue zone is going to punish you equally. So for ME, yes, this is the moment. Being 490 meters away from the circle, you have to prioritize the rotation. On DRS, well, they're still maintaining the control of the compounds which they are holding towards the southern end. But the southern rotations for all these teams are not going to be so easy, because the major cluster is towards the southern side. Even the players of IA, they need to watch their back, because from the back lanes, even the players of TUF, they are also making the rotations. So Illuminate crew, they have to be a bit cautious, because they can be the victim of those third parties between DRS and TUF. If not, they are not careful, if they're not cautious, if they don't keep the players of TUF at bay. So that can happen. For now, majority of the teams, they have made it inside the circle, barring 4MV and TUF. So it's kind of a stalemate, but I8 Nova X looks like he was on the periphery of the blue, and blue zone came in, took him down. The play zone is taking down Joker sir as well, and TUF and I8, they're locking horns with each other, and DRS, they're hearing those gun shots, but instead of doing a third party, they're changing their position, because the circle has shifted away. This is something I like about DRS. Every time they prioritize the circle rather than the fights, and TUF and IA, they both are pretty much doomed, especially the players of TUF. With no first aids at all, there is no chance that Thor can make it inside the safety net of the circle. And 52 Esports, they were able to capitalize and get a confirmation point onto one player from I8, Illuminate crew.
Yeah, and look at who still lives. That's going to be Nirzet, as DRS decide marching down on the players of Highvoltage DC, as one after the other, they just take them down. Rules will have no trouble getting back up, but Aegon I8 have a really good position, but suddenly are being contested by MABETEX, one team that got to the first position last night with that chicken dinner, but suddenly they're on a warpath of reclaiming that. Blade, he certainly has to hold himself off. Wally, Baron, Leo, all in front of him. Everybody unaware of his position. There he goes, bazooming with that DBS, still trying to keep himself alive for so long as IQ comes in. But Blade decides to charge in as Baron. He's been dealt with, and at this point, staying inside this little emergency room, and that's all he could get as MABETEX successfully take control over the Camp Alpha area, as quite a lot of teams have tried to close in, with DRS being the closest and being in a nearby compound, with 52 Esports still applying so much pressure from the hilltops.
Oh, they certainly are. They have a lot of vision. They have a lot of information on the teams present on the lower ground. So they can try and pick off individual players and capitalize on those knocks, convert them to the elimination point. 3 eliminations already in their favor. Even the circle is favoring them. So yes, they can do something, but 52 Joker, I think he exposed himself to the plus of DRS, and Gyante was quick to pull that trigger. Instant confirmation coming in, and now 52, they have been reduced to 3-man army. They have information onto the plus of 4MV, and 4MV, they have no idea. And Chotu with that M416 takes hefty HP out of Refuse, goes for a reload. That is going to buy some time for Refuse to find a good cover for himself. His life has been spared, and now 4MV, they're aware of the position of 52 Esports. They are going to be very cautious, and this next circle shift is going to be so very critical. MABETEX in the epicenter right now.
Whoa. I felt for a moment he spot him out. I felt he was kind of lying and hiding. But regardless, let's see what are the players of 52 Esports up to. Jallad. I think 52 Esports so far, they've been quite successful in those Sanhok games. But look at Cloud. You know, the lonesome player surviving as Akazak goes after the players of 7th Element. Ashad has been dealt with. 7th Element is one of those other teams that had dropped off at the Western Island. They were looking really good till the point NB Esports comes in, and NB Esports, they make their way from that northern bridge. They carve their path, and now in real close proximities, they need to enter inside the circle somehow, as Jallad decides to strike in on the players of DRS, as Killer Whitey making sure he's got some preemptive nets being cooked out of which they receive some early success, as Rules has been dealt with by Hassan. But Killer, he has to keep the fight going, and Gyante will land that final blow. And that being said, 52 Esports, they are turned into dust, as DRS Gaming did lose out on a couple of players, but still managed to sort of live for a few more seconds.
That was a blind, hasty rush that came from the side of 52 Esports, and DRS did capitalize on it. On the other side, we have the players of NB Esports and 7th Element also going up against each other, where 7th Element are not looking good with T24. Only man standing, 3 players looking in his direction. A 1v3 situation was way too much, and 7th Element, they also bite the dust with only 2 elims in their favor and the 6th spot. And 4MV, this time they're so very aggressive. 11 defeat points already in their favor, and they do have a very good compound to hold on to. They're aware about the plus of MABETEX Esports presence in the similar compounds, and even DRS, they're also trying to inch closer, and 4MV refuse, keeping a close eye in their direction. So DRS, they need to be a bit cautious. If they come in the vicinity, maybe 4MV is ready to pounce and strike and take down few more players from their side.
Right now, you know, how this circle's really panned out, seems like it's a MABETEX dinner written all over it, unless and until they kind of mess it up. But huge props to Nirzed, man. I mean, imagine Shadow, right from the very beginning, he lost out on 3 of his teammates, made life worse for TUF, kind of denied their entry inside the circle, and he somehow makes it to top 5. I think, you know, whenever the name Stalwart comes up, you've got those 2 big names, right? Top and Action. And at a certain point, you felt like, how is Nirzed going to find his footing? And suddenly, I think especially from his heroics that he's been showcasing during the SA finals, he's turning out to be one of my favorites from Stalwart so far. What an addition has he been to this roster?
100% agreed. He saved the day for so many times. There were so many clutch moments being showcased by Nirzed in the SA finals and the league plays as well. So many times he brought his team higher in the positioning. But right now, NB Esports, they are moving closer to the plus of MABETEX Esports, and NB, they are not prepared. They are not looking good. But Fistboy with the DBS takes some SA over there. At the same time, Wonder fights Nirzed and Stalwart Esports, well, they have been eliminated. NB Esports picking fight on the multiple fronts. MABETEX, they are not able to stand tall in front of them already. already lost one player, and this grenade can be very deadly if lobbed to the perfection, but that won't happen. On the other side, in a retaliation grenade, Fist Boys HP has been taken down, and now NB Esports, they are forced to move a little back. Mondo still guarding the angle. Even the players of DRS, they have moved closer to the players of MABETEX, so there is a chance of third party happening in this situation. Even 4MV, they can also chime in, but for now, DRS and 4MV, they are just waiting patiently for the circle, and the circle shift is going to be so crucial. 4MV and DRS, they find themselves in the safety of the circle.
Yeah, suddenly the scales are tipping in the favor of Miracle Vibes, especially if they can somehow deal with DRS, because NB, they are going to apply so much pressure on MABETEX, and considering the fact that MABETEX are kind of restricted to one compound only, it all comes down to if Mondo or Sek or Festboy could spot one out, with Baron already just cooking up that grenade, decides to throw in a little bit of extra time taken in trying to cook it. But right now, NB Esports have their attentions diverted on trying to get inside the mercy of the zone. And at this point, DRS, they need to be a little bit watchful, which is where Miracle Vibes can completely take advantage of such a situation. Even MABETEX can make things worse, but Fistboy has been given the duty to somehow try to protect MABETEX from coming in, and he does exactly that. One grenade takes Leo down. Wally barely surviving with just 20% HP. As Baron, he has to be very careful with his movements, makes those right decisions, drops that smoke. But Apex now deciding to go after Gyante, and this is where Miracle Vibes are just on the cusp of getting a beautiful chicken dinner. But NB Esports and MABETEX stand in their path as Apex comes out through, gets that beautiful one on Fistboy, as well as it all rests down on the nimble shoulders of Mondo. As MABETEX, this is the moment where they decide to get inside the circle, but Miracle Vibes again readjust, reposition them as the final fight awaits them.
3 teams and NB Esports with a single player. 4MV versus MABETEX Esports. Wally already taken down, and Apex with the grenades is looking for a confirmation, but he's not aware of the exact position where the players of MABETEX are. But Apex with the grenade takes down Leo over there, leaving Baron all by himself. Now in a 1v3 situation. Now 4MV, like the Predators, they're hunting for Baron. Baron takes refuse over there, but Apex comes in, chimes in at the perfect time, and gets a winner chicken dinner for his team.
Wow, that was impressive, Miracle Vibes completely, making sure they had all their corners checked, were patient, and at the same time, aggressive when needed. Just a Miracle Vibes chicken dinner that their fans needed, with 17 eliminations, instantly propel themselves to the first spot in the overall rankings. Well, I could see Bogari there, and reminds me one of his creators. I'm not gonna name him, but regardless, coming back to this game, a beautiful winner chicken dinner for Miracle Vibes, and this is exactly, I think, what the fans were waiting for, and what a well calculated one at that, Shadow, because every single thing they did had some purpose, and the way they got in from that southern side, just trying to carve their way, dig their way through, and yes, a beautiful one. Every single player just outshining, and 17 eliminations, that's huge.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge. Because they were coming from the southern side, so many rotations were coming in. Though, so they capitalized on every single fight which they were taking, which they were picking the players. Even the final few moments also, where DRS they were trying to pick fight with the players of NB Esports 4MV. They came in, they took down Gyante over there, got one more elimination point. Then NB Esports enough damage was done on their side, leaving only one man standing. MABETEX Esports perfect grenades that was coming from the side of 4MV. I have to say, Dog was the man who always had that golden hand with those grenades, but this time for him the entire team is looking so very precise with the throwables. The way they are using, they took the entirety of MABETEX Esports just by throwables except by Baron.
Yeah, I think for MABETEX it was such a rough spot to be in, because one, they had their positions compromised, so for Medical Vibes knew that they would be coming through those compounds, and it's better to use those utils that they have at their disposal, and that's what they did, right? Apex being the Apex Predator in the lobby, 9 eliminations for this lad, and it was time that he starts stepping up, right? Especially when you've got such heavy hitters in a squad like for Medical Vibes. You could not keep them leashed for long, and finally the demons have come in and established the dominion over the SA entirety of the region, right? So 9 eliminations, 854 points of damage. I think it was a perfect game for the lads of for Medical Vibes. But for NB Esports also, I have to give them the props, because they also had a really tough game and still managed to come through into the top 3.
Oh yes, NB Esports, I have to give it to the rotation. They're coming from the northern side. Even the players of MABETEX Esports were also coming from the northern side, but MABETEX was the faster one, getting the control of this Camp Alpha compounds. NB Esports, yes, they were a little slow in the rotation, but a very good gameplay from their side, especially Mondo and Fistboy. The way both these lads play, every single time they're able to create those openings, bring down the numbers of the opponent team. But entirely, it was the game for the players of 4MV in terms of the elimination which they were getting.
Oh yeah, I think this game involved a lot of rotations, a lot of beautiful ones, and somewhere down the line, my heart goes out for Nirzed, right? The way he played throughout till the end, taking his team to that 5th spot. It takes a lot of cojones. But right now, taking a look at the match summary, it's 4 Miracle Vibes all over the place. Even for the lads of DRS, quite a consistent game. Just the way they would like it. But what I did not like was how Highvoltage DC crumbled, right? Especially when this was supposed to be their Circle 3 teams, like we said, right? 52 Esports, HVDC, and then you had 7th Element. 3 of these teams were in that Western Island, and none of them made it to the top 3. So this is where concerns arise. How well can you defend your territory? What decision you're making? As the match rankings are in front of us, 27 points for Miracle Vibes, one of the highest elimination chicken dinners. NB Esports getting that 2nd spot courtesy to those 6 elims, 11 points to their name. You've got DRS also, even MABETEX at that 4th spot, and Stalwart have managed to take that 5th, especially salvaging those 3 points towards the end. It started off with them taking down 3x, and then suddenly Illuminate Crew takes 2 of their players out, but Nirzed making things worse for TUF, because had he not taken those shots, maybe TUF could have had a better ending.
Maybe, but at the same time, Illuminate Crew was also present over there. So TUF, they didn't have enough firsters in their hands. So yes, TUF, they were already doomed. They were not having enough resources in their hand. On the other side, the team that impressed was NB Esports, MABETEX Esports, and 4AV. This time they went for a late rotation. The moment they made it inside the circle, they were making sure their presence was felt. They were picking all the good fights, and now they have come on the top in the overall ranking with 62 points. MABETEX on the 2nd. MABETEX is one of the most consistent team we are seeing. Dana One also, they were very consistent. They just had one bad game today. Also, they are being the consistent one, 60 points. They're sitting on the 2nd spot. Highvoltage DC, they have faced a little downfall of 2 positions with 60 points, sitting on the 3rd spot.
Yeah, I think the top 3 is pretty tight, right? Then you see DRS at the 4th spot with 53. Then again, it's kind of tight till T2K, right? 52. Then you have that huge margin of difference. But Stalwart still, they're kind of struggling. NB Sports have recovered quite a lot, getting that 7 positions boost there. And for Reg side, Magnus, we're going to see them come back in this one. But 3x Esports, big major concerns, right? Especially their decision making in trying to go and pick a fight against the lads of Stalwart, and especially constantly as you keep on playing your games, every team has got 16, out of which we're almost down to 10 or 11 for these teams. So they really need to step up. It's high time now. As we head into the next match, it's going to be Erangel. This is where teams from Group C will be sitting this one out. So for Medical Vibes, IHC Esports, Aegon I8, Seventh Element, we're not going to be seeing them in this one, where we have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Train to Kill, Regicide, and Magnus Esports making their way into the server.
Oh yes, they are. They definitely are coming in. And with that, we have the dreaded question again, Fixes. The prediction. Our production team is going to force us to make a prediction. So what do you think which team can get the chicken dinner in this one?
All right, so you pulled the Fixes on me. You were the one taking the charge there, and well, you've put me under the spotlight. So considering, what we've been seeing, it looks like the Mongolians are starting to take over a little bit, especially what we witnessed in Sanhok, and have been enjoying NB Esports a lot tonight. So for me, I think I want to go with NB, but for you, Shadow?
I think
Who's
Stalwart
it
Esports, because they are angry. They're angry and they're upset because 3x Esports, yes, they ruined their own game and the game for the players of Stalwart Esports as well. So Stalwart Esports, maybe this time they'll be looking for, if not chicken dinner, a very high fragging game at least.
All right, so we've gone for the Mongolians. But if you think the Pakistanis or Nepalis have got what it takes to win the next Erangel, then let us know. Because for Stalwart Esports, I don't know, man. Like, what's going on? Because I think at a certain point, when it comes down to taking 4v4 fights, Stalwarts kind of tend to win that. But even those multiple situations, we are witnessing them being picked off from players that lie in hiding, right? In Erangel, what we saw, they took down 7th Element, and suddenly IHC comes, striking down. And in the next one, they just got rid of 3x, and then you see that the players of Illuminate crew were waiting for them. And that's the nature of this game. You cannot complain, oh, they are third-partying me, or they're waiting and hiding. I mean, you could do the same for your enemies. You always have to keep your eyes wide open, right? Cannot complain that they're camping, they're doing this, they're doing that. This is a game of survival, not about who gets the highest eliminations, right? So as long as Stalwarts have their priorities set, if they kind of focus on getting a few position points, kind of like pull off something like what Medical Vibes are trying to experiment around, I think Stalwarts do stand a chance to get a chicken dinner in this one. But NB Esports, I think we've been sort of witnessing that spark finally visible from their side, where they kind of are forcing out fights, getting those right trades, getting those proper fights in their favor. Even in that first game of Erangel, had Highvoltage DC not third-partied, maybe could have been NB Esports completely winning that fight over there. But regardless, such has been the case, where you have to be careful about your surroundings. 360-degree vision, you need to ensure that. And that being said, all these players are riled up, everybody stoked to play and get into the server, get that chicken dinner for themselves. We have made our predictions. You folks can let us know, who do you think is gonna win this one out?
Oh, it's going to be a tough call. It's not so easy to guess which team is going to get a chicken dinner because so many factors come into the picture. Your positioning, the very first circle, the rotations, the resources, the weaponry which you are having, the opposition which your opponent is. If they have a higher ground, there is a chance they are going to have an upper edge. If you don't have enough grenades or throwables in your hand, maybe you can't win that fight. And this time the flight path, it is favoring the southern western side, going all the way from shooting range towards Ferry Pier. So all the teams who like dropping in towards the side of Mansion, Prison, Lipovka, they have to resort to those vehicles. But for me, Stalwart Esports, pretty easy journey for them. Stalwart Esports, yes, they do need those vehicles. For Leo Esports, Gatka, that has been a pretty standard drop for them. Even the players of Leo Esports, they are also impressing the way they are playing every time. Even I8 Crew, yes, I8 Crew did fare off really well in the previous Erangel as compared to day number 1. Illuminate Crew, they are looking much better.
Yeah, I think, at this point, to be honest, Stalwart Esports, I'm kind of curious to see where do they drop. Do they directly go to the southern island? I think that's what they're gonna do. So, considering the fact that we do not get to see lads from, for Medical Vibes in this one, so they could also think about taking over the southern Sosnovka military base. But I think that is exactly what DRS has also got in their minds. And look at the circle. It's a little towards the eastern side. The hybrid one kind of ends around farm. So the teams that take control over those hills around shelter, I think they're gonna have a massive advantage there.
And I think even Quantum Rage, if they don't engage in an early fight with the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, this can be the game. But looks like Reggie's side, they were in the vicinity of, in the compounds of Highvoltage DC. In fact, a single player was there and they have been punished. Reggie's side, they're struggling with the drop they are picking, with the rotations they are going for. Every single time, some teams cut off their rotation and they suffer heavy casualty. This time again, they lost one player, and Highvoltage DC, well, they have got one defeat point already in their pockets. So a good start for Highvoltage. They get the first blood. So as I was saying, Quantum Rage in the previous Erangel, they came on the second spot. This time the circle is favoring the drop spot. If they don't engage in a fight with the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I think this can be a really good game for the players of Quantum Rage.
Yeah, I think, given the circumstances right now, how Raw have been starting things off, there have been moments where they kind of have felt a lot vulnerable to me. But look at M7. He's kind of still and steady as a rock. And yet, no way. No way he was unaware of enemies dropping right behind him. And suddenly, M7 just decides to swing through. TUF come marching in at him. And finally, his teammates come to provide that aid. But what's going down with Raw? What's cooking? They look distraught at this point, Shadow. I can't really figure out what to say because no team that comes in has no awareness of their surroundings and suddenly they get picked off. Certainly will raise a lot of questions, especially how Raw carved their way through the SA Championships. That comeback story, that Cinderella run that they had seems to all come down to vain if they do not make it to the finals in this one.
The only good game which the players of Raw officials had was the very first game of day number 1. Other than that, Raw officials, they have been struggling, really struggling. It's the drop which they are picking, the segregation that is coming from the players going for individual compounds. The players are getting picked off. Yesterday also, when they were down to 2 men, they were holding on to the ferry pier compounds. Both the players were holding different compounds. So Raw needs to understand they need to play as a unit. They need to stick together, stay together, and need to read the opponents, where the opponents are dropping in, which rotation path they are opting for. Raw was one of the team that impressed me and Blotter, both of us, the most in the league plays, because the improvement that was showcased from their side in the league plays was tremendous. They were right on the bottom, and suddenly they were getting those chicken dinners, getting those high fragging gains. So Raw again need to go back to the drawing board, because after day number 3 or day number 4, it's going to be too late for them.
Yeah, this is where they really need to wake up, right? And one of those things that their opponents have easily understood is the fact that they kind of tend to drop on splits, right? And if you could just isolate them, divide and conquer, you get your job done. But considering how this circle has formed, we're pretty much anticipating it to end around that farm area, like I said. So I think Illuminate crew can massively benefit from that. Even NB, if they decide to make an early rotation down there, take over those hills around those snake compounds, then that could certainly help in their endeavors. But right now, taking a look, I really felt like DRS could be thinking to go down at Sosnov community base. I think we have seen DRS trying to make such decisions, but I think considering how the zone has formed, they decided to drop down on their homes. That is going to be Milta. So we've got I8, DRS right beside each other. This has happened even in the past, and they have that sort of that white branch being just flung over, where they kind of decide that right now it's not the right time to take a fight. Rather, what you have to do is just focus on your rotations, and when the iron is hot, go striking hard. But taking a look at Stalwart Esports, now this is one of those teams that you predicted to get the chicken dinner in this one. And this certainly could be one of those cases, but they have to be very cautious around their timings of rotating inside the circle, because we have seen this happen even in the SA PMPL, where Stalwart decide to rotate through. Somebody from I8 or DRS kind of goes in for a blockade and makes things worse for Stalwart. So this is one of those initial thorns that they need to face, but knowing Stalwart, I think they know when exactly to carry on with their rotations.
And this reminds me, it's the same circle. It's the same very first circle of SA finals last Erangel, where Stalwart Esports they got a chicken in, and NB Esports they were taken out pretty early in the game. This time I'm expecting the things to change. This time I want NB Esports to showcase a very good gameplay this time, because right now they are in the epicenter, and in fact that time too many third parties happened. That is why NB Esports they were taken out pretty early in the game. Otherwise that could have been the game for NB Esports. Even now also the players of 52 Esports are such close proximity to NB. So let's see what's going to happen on the northern front. We have the players of T2K also making their rotations, and looks like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming they can do they can fire some shots towards them. There is a possibility of a fight happening. But talking about DRS, they are the consistent one. They always prioritize the rotation. They always prioritize the circle. But looks like NB Esports, they have already starting picking up the players of T2K. They have found one knock and might be looking for the confirmation. And here it comes. Mondo with the Scarl gets the confirmation as well.
You know, when you raise the topic about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I realized, they're even in the lobby. Because, you know, Shadow, honestly, they haven't really given us those moments, right, to rejoice, at least for the fans. Because considering that rich legacy that they have, they've played so many of those GCs. And looking at SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right now kind of hurts you, right? Especially when they're struggling so much in the overall standings, have been taking some early casualties. So there has to be a game where they make a comeback and redeem themselves. Because if that does not happen, then the fans will start losing hope, and that's not how you would want to see them shrink like. But taking a look, I think it's going to be one of those moments of truth. We have seen those rare occurrences where the circle tends to go a little down south, but I think it's going to be around farm, but that's not the case either. Kind of goes a little western towards that shelter area. And 52 Esports suddenly find themselves at the epicenter with Magnus nearby. And even eyes will be on Magnus, how they perform in this one.
Even Highvoltage DC, they have the control of the school and the apartment area. Not too many rotations are coming from the western side, so Highvoltage DC are also looking in a good spot for now, at least in this circle. But if the circle suddenly takes a southern or the eastern shift, that is when Highvoltage might be in some trouble. And looks like Quantum Rage, they are also engaging in fight with the plus of 52 Esports. So too many fights are happening, and 52 they have all the 4 players alive. So maybe Quantum Rage they suffered casualty right now. But Magnus Drawlin is also in the close proximity, and Hassan out in the open has been picked off. Yes, the smoke was there, but not enough to save him. And now 52 Esports out in the open. They have to regroup. They have to save the fallen comrade. But Leo Esports are also picking fight with the plus of I8. So many fights are happening as the circle shift happens. Teams are going for the rotation, and this time Illuminate Crew not in a good spot. Nova X in a very tight, tricky spot. All by himself. Woofy is so far away from Nova X. There is no chance that he can help his teammate if a knock comes in. And well, Leos, they have 3 players, a 1v3 situation for Nova X.
Yeah, even look at Leo. They've got their flank set, right? And I don't see a world where Nova gets away with murder, right? Because at this point, slowly but surely, they're going to try and inch in that gap, lob a few utils. You've got that Molotov there. You've got Sus with that grenade already. And now they are going to push in tandem. As you can see, the Molotov has been laid at the first floor and just waiting for it to dissipate. But before that could even happen, Nova does instill some heart. Gets out on towards the stairs. Will patch himself up. Administer that first aid. And would somehow be hoping that his teammate makes it in due time, as Nova X, this is the right time, because Slipknot, he's got his attention kind of divided on towards Woofus, and this is where one more grenade coming in from Nova's side could have maybe done the job, as Woofus still decides to take a fight, and this is how disgusting TBS can really be, as Slipknot manages to escape there, as Nova, the last surviving member of Illuminate Crew, finally jumps from the window, and now he decides to go for that 1v3 fight, as Slipknot spots him out right in the open as the shots are being taken. Nova taking some massive damage as Leo just surround them, and it is gonna be Sus who deals that final blow. And that being said, Illuminate Crew are out of the server.
they didn't had the numbers. They didn't had the numbers in their favor. But Leo Esports fight is not over because now in the close proximity are the players of 3x Esports, and they can be the next victim. But Magnus Esports this time they are looking for some action, but the position they are in, out in the open, Highvoltage DC on one side, some other teams also in the close proximity, and one of the player of Magnus Esports is a bit far away from his teammates. So Magnus, they need to regroup as soon as possible. MABETEX Esports, they are trying to move in from the eastern side. Good rotations are being showcased. DRS trying to come from the southern eastern side. They need to be a little careful from the players of Stalwart Esports. At the same time, NB Esports, because rotating from between these two teams is not going to be so easy. On the other side, TOF, they have the western control. They are looking good in terms of the position which they are having, and it looks like T2K Jane, he's eyeing for that airdrop which has an AUG 5.56 armor and a level 3. The level 3 kit can definitely help the players of T2K.
At this point, questions are going to be raised if anybody is going to, take that move to try and secure that drop, because you could see so many surrounding enemies around over here. And I really like how DRS are just kind of being really patient, not getting inside the circle just as of now, ensuring everybody gets in and be the last one making their, or rather carving their way inside the zone. I like the positioning even for the players of 3x Esports this time, quite stable, having that little bit of an hilly advantage. And even for the lads of Magnus, they've got some compounds to play around with. T2K, quite stable as well. Highvoltage DC just around those L compounds, and they'll be pretty happy. So not really witnessing a lot of fights. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have decided to take over that northern route and get into the circle, and this is going to be one of those games where they really need to start deliver. But for 52x Esports, you could see Choto in being rather precarious situation, has dropped off a smoke, but this is the way of life, right in the open, in the fields. If you land a smoke, the enemy is bound to know that there's somebody around, and the next moment you see a few grenades coming in, few molotovs, and the next second you are on your knees. But T2K Esports, not the best of spots to take cover, but as long as you're inside the circle, as long as you're safe and sound, doesn't really concern me. As Shoto, he's been spotted out, and Jane just trying to pepper down a few bullets with some bursts of fire over there, receives some help from his teammate as he comes and rescues him from such a tough spot.
Oh yes, finally he has been rescued. Thankfully, 52 Esports, they have their numbers, all the 4 players alive. But on the other side, Zordi, he's in a very tricky spot. He has the players of Quantum Rage, but for now, Quantum Rage, they're not aware of the position of Zordi. And sooner or later, someone is going to spot him, and there is no chance that he can make an escape from the situation. Yes, the vehicle is there. The little bit of the ridges are there, but that's not enough for a 1v4 fight. On the other side, 52 Esports are engaging with the players of DRS, and DRS, well, they are the one losing on to their numbers, but looks like 52 Esports Joker finds Gyante as well, and DRS, now they are in the backfoot situation, but 52, they need to watch the 6, because from backlines, even the players of Quantum Rage are also converging them. So 52, they are also in a very tricky spot. The numbers are dwindling down for the players of DRS. The smokes are there, the vehicles are ready, but there is no enough time to go for the quick escape from the situation. The blue will also start closing in a matter of few seconds, and the amount of utility that has been deployed over this, that is going to help DRS right now, so they can make a quick escape. Even the plus of 52, they have to prioritize the circle at this point.
Yeah, I mean, DRS deciding to rotate pretty late inside the circle, and suddenly they had a lot of keepers off the gate, and they have taken 2 casualties. Not the kind of a DRS mid-game you would want to see. But regardless, with the circle taking that shift towards the southeastern side, teams like Stalwart and NB, they're going to massively favor from this. Even the likes of Leo, because they have that beautiful compound, have a little bit of an altitude advantage from where they are positioned. But 52 Esports, quite a lot of spread coming in. I think they're kind of aware of Quantum Rage's intervention there, as Goku comes out in the open, as Shoto goes down on with that spray, still does not manage to connect a lot of bullets. Instantly prones down in the open road, and this time Joker does deliver. Senior still around. Choto does have that little bit of an idea, spots out his pixel, and now he is gonna start cooking up that grenade. But does it make it? That's a big question. Will receive some support from his teammate as Senior tries to take the high road. Still does have the vehicle though, but not the ideal strategy to go away from there. In fact, inflicts a blow on Choto as the circles decides to close in, as Hassan also comes racing through as Joker, trying to block every route of escape for Quantum Rage, as Senior taking his final breaths, but looking ever so deadly.
Oh, he is. But Joker being one with the nature and Hassan with a vehicle is trying to lure the player out and Senior down to a sliver of HP. There is no way he can escape from this situation. On the other side, Zordi, being the solo survivor, has managed to take down one player from the side of Highvoltage DC. That was Cloud. Even TUF and 3X are also locking horns with each other. So many fights are happening on the northern periphery of the circle. And looks like 3X and TUF, they are in a very tight spot with Edgar down on his knees. There is no way anything can happen. And Breakup finds Thor as well. And now TUF, they don't have the numbers at this point. And this is a moment when the players of 3X Esports will start redeeming themselves. 2 defeat points already in their favor. And now Cairo being one with the nature. Even the players of Magnus Esports are so very close. Drolin was there. First glimpse, but still Cairo gets taken down.
No, this is the farthest we've seen from 3X Esports, right? Cairo, of course, he's down on his knees. I'm pretty sure his teammates are going to come to his aid. Somebody's going to trigger that revival. But Trollin, he wants blood. And you could see those grins being cooked. But Trollin, in fact, goes out on a suicide mission, right? Overcooks that grenade and forgets that he needs to let loose. And in the process of doing so, is now down on his knees, giving enough time for the players of 3X Esports to recuperate, rejuvenate, and then think of their next course of action. As fast as Smoke has kind of gave away his position where Miracle would want to close in on that gap, decides to step out of his vehicle as now the fight has broken down. Faster still, I do not understand what are these players up to, because at this moment you could see that reluctance coming out from the players of 3X Esports, but Magnus still have the benefit of those compounds, as Zibian needs to find a way to get inside the circle as things are starting to slowly but surely get heated up over here, as Zibian just trying to scout through the land, scouring and closing in on 3X Esports. What on earth is he trying to do, Shadow?
I don't know. Both these teams, they have to realize they're so far away from the circle. They have to prioritize the rotation as well. Otherwise, the players of Highvoltage or maybe the players of Leo Esports will be ready to gatekeep them. And 3X Esports, well, this time the mature decision I am seeing from their side, they're prioritizing the circle. And so does the players of Magnus Esports need to do at this point. Considering the position of other teams, well, Stalwart, they are right in the epicenter, a good position to hold on to. NB Esports and MABETEX on the eastern periphery of the circle. And majority of the teams are on the periphery, but 3X Esports, they still need to be very cautious because Magnus Esports looks like they're still hunting and Cairo is getting shots from multiple directions.
It's so hard to process what's really going on in the minds of these players, as Zibian deciding to lob over. Piece of utility does connect on Miracle as he goes falling down. Dio from the other side with the Kar 98. Not a spectacle that you see a lot these days, especially when you've got that M4 on that 6 times being the ideal choice of loadout. But there are very few skilled snipers, and surely Haidami is one of them, as Zibian deciding to charge in through, and 3X Mom to right out in the open, and Faster will have no trouble getting that knock as Magnus decide to go in, but Zabaf with that beautiful flank angle decides to pick him off, and before even Zibian could come in into the fray, he is a dead man walking, as Zibian slowly but surely trying to inch in closer. One with the nature right now. Is Zabaf aware of Zibian's flank over there? Miracle right on his knees as 420 boy trying to figure a way through, but Zabaf does have that high ground advantage. If he kind of can inch in a little closer, maybe just draw Zibian out. But with the movements that he's been making, I'm pretty sure Zibian at some point will spot him out. But it is the other way around, as Magnus have finally been dealt with. 3X Esports, this time with 5 finishes already to their name, have made it to the top 10, and they are looking ever so deadly, as now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right nearby 52X Esports. Jalad manages to get that pick on Mafia Ninja.
SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, even they are struggling. Nima down to Slipper has been taken down by Jallad. Uzi over there, leaving AJ all by himself. There is no way that AJ can pull this fight off, and he also bites the dust. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming again having a very bad game with 0 elimination points. They bits bye-bye on the 9th spot. 3x Esports, yes, they didn't manage to get good elimination point, but they grabbed the attention of Leo Esports and Zarbaf. Well, he has been dealt with. Now only 7 teams, 21 players remaining, 52 esports. The desperation of the resources, they are going out in the blue to collect those first aid, but thankfully they do have the vehicle. And Hassan, can he make it inside the circle? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, this looks like a Stalwart game written all over it. And considering you've got all 4 of your players alive, I do not see a world where they throw this one away. As Jiggle absolutely surrounded from all corners, and Liquid, he's gonna deal the final blow. And that being said, they've been dealt with for now. Hassan and Jallad have somehow kept themselves alive, have been getting really close. You know, they've been making those top 5, top 6 in every single one of those games. And 52 Esports, their fans are going to be happy with that. But Leo Esports, they have been one of those teams that has shown the utmost improvement so far from the SA finals coming into the SA championship, considering how their performance was right now. I'm pretty impressed with how these lads have been holding off 8 finishes already, and now they might have their eyes set next on the players of 52 Esports, as Jallad, their players already being picked off. But MABETEX, you know, they've been one of the front runners who really focus on good positioning, right? NB Esports, well, Fistboy has been spotted out by Liquid. Few taps of Mini just peppers him down, just scratches his head, but not enough to deal that killer blow. But Haidami will lob that grenade. Does it make its mark? No, miles afar.
He's surviving. For now, he's surviving, but I don't think he can survive for very long, because one side we have the plus of T2K. Even T2K, they're not having a very good position. All they have is a little bit of the shack to hold on to. That won't be enough, and courtesy to that smoke, their position will soon be given away to the plus of Leo. At the same time, Stalwart Esports, where MABETEX KSA comes from the backlines, takes down Haidami of Leo Esports. And maybe MABETEX Esports might be looking in to charge in towards their direction, but yes, that's the case. They're directly charging it towards the side of Leo Esports, but they don't know about the position of Hassan, and Hassan can be that ugly thorn to pick up the plus of MABETEX Esports. With those vehicles, MABETEX are trying to lure the players out, and KSA, well, he takes down Hassan, dealt with him, and 52 Esports, they have been eliminated, but Slipknot with a DBS takes down Leo, and the vehicle run over from Valley takes down 2 plus of Leo Esports.
Oh my goodness, I really need to process what's happening over here. Everybody is on a mood for carnage and destruction right now, as Liquid saws 2 of the players surviving, as Liquid gets that one on Leo, gets it right on his knees. Wally taking some massive damage with that grain coming right at his direction, but still decides to strike back, as now MABETEX and Leo locking horns against each other, as T2K lie in waiting. Baron, point needed to administer that first hit, but suddenly, you know, coming from their slumber, T2K strike, and out of the scenario are the players of MABETEX, and Leo also will bite the dust, as now Stalwart, this is their moment of glory. You know, history has been a testament. Every single time they have those 4 players alive in those final circles, they pull off something magical, something miraculous, as Mondo left stranded all by his lonesome. Jane picks him off, as Sek manages to create a beautiful angle onto with Nirzed, as he's fallen down. Somebody needs to come to his rescue. Who's that going to be? As Action, he has to be the tip of the spear. He has to somehow withstand that attack coming in from NB, as those smokes have all been laden down, as now they decide to try and get the revival, try and recuperate, try and get themselves back into the midst of the action.
Oh yes, they have to do so. NB Esports, they don't have the numbers advantage right now, but T2K, they can be that ugly thorn, and Jay with the DP takes down Nirzed again from the side of Stalwart Esports, but can he get the confirmation? Sek with the M249 is already crawling his way, inching closer to the plus of Stalwart Esports, and Jane again takes down Nirzed. Every single time Nirzed is being revived, it's the 3rd time that he gets taken down again, but Siok with a perfect grenade takes not just 1, 2 plus after Stalwart Esports, leaving IC and Action all by themselves, only 2 plus, and T2K, they kind of ruined the game for the plus of Stalwart Esports right now. 8 defeat points already in the favor of T2K, and looks like Akaze. He has been spotted down by Jane, and with a grenade, Jane is looking for some opening, but he's going to fall short on the distance on the perfect projectile. But look at Sanhok. Slowly, he's crawling his way towards the players of Stalwart Esports.
Now, once you're in the dip of death, you're left to mercy of the other teams. And this is where I think Stalwart should have been a little bit more proactive. So you're trying to make that intervention from the backline. Seems like he's been spotted out by the players of NB Esports. This is where Jane needs to really come to his aid and try to protect him from all those shots coming in. Because had he made that successful, I think Stalwart were done for. But regardless, NB Esports seems to have complete control of the game. Of course, have lost out on Mondo, still have those number advantage in their favor. And especially considering the fact that T2K have gotten that higher ground, you know, they are exploiting that to their advantage. And all that rests on Suyog's and Jane's shoulders over here, as NB Esports kind of have the players of Stalwart pinned down. The moment the smoke dissipates, I think Stalwart are pretty much done for, because they're literally cornered from 3 different sides, right? Where do they hide? Where do they run? So they have to clear that one angle at least, because even trying to do so, you kind of get exposed to the other angles. But IC, still being quite relentless, somehow manages to pick a player off of NB at this point, as Stalwart still pretty early to say that they can do something great over here. Still fighting with life and death, as T2K constantly posing a threat. As Akaza, he's pretty much done for. I don't see Fistboy or Sek coming to his aid anytime soon, as Jane has deployed so many of those smokes, trying to keep himself alive. And Jane, look at that angle that he has a little bit of an opening. Tried to thread the needle, but did not happen, as Suyog finally just bounces in on the players of Stalwart and finally finishes them off. As now it comes down to a showdown between Sek, Faceboy against the players of T2K. In fact, the final player of T2K. Let's see what can he pull off.
The numbers are not in his favor. It's a 1v3 situation. Jane with the Molotov. This is the moment. If there is a moment, this is the moment when he can try and do some damage towards NB Esports if lobbed to the perfection. But unfortunately, that won't happen. NB Esports, they deal with Jane and get a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. They were waiting patiently for the elimination of Stalwart Esports. And the moment Stalwarts were eliminated, they took down one player from T2K. Jane was left all by himself, and with those 6 eliminations, they are sitting on the 7th spot in the overall ranking.
Oh, they certainly were. And what a beautiful game for NB Esports was, right? I could feel that one happening, and NB Esports have finally, decided to get that winner chicken dinner, and now are at the 7th position. What a climb for these lads.
सब कुछ मेरे हाथ में है। कोई ये सप्लाई इस तरह मुझसे छीन कर तो दिखाए।
इतना ये क्या है? What is this?
इस बार मैं नहीं हारूंगी। हाँ। ये कुछ भी नहीं है मेरे आगे। चलो इन दो की धुलाई करें।
इतना देख के
What a game it was from the Mongolians, right? They come in, they strike hard, and they get that chicken dinner. NB Esports, I think they were showing those signs of resurgence and doing everything right. Just when I felt, that circle formed, I thought it's going to be Stalwart. Then I realized they're in the dip of death. And, for trying to get a chicken dinner out from that situation, you have to, get a little bit proactive, right? You need to start controlling the situation. You need not let the enemies take over. And that is exactly what happened. And Stalwart was stuck in that situation. But the wildcards did come in the form of T2K. Impressive, especially with the numbers they had and what they pulled off. Not just taking down one, but multiple squads and absolutely just ruining everybody's dream of getting a chicken dinner. T2K were impressive as well.
Well, they were. In the end, Jane, he ran out of bullets from the DP. Otherwise, his DP was used to the perfection. This time, Sanhok is the MVP as well. 8 elimination of his own. Not too many healings done. 874. A high number of damage that he was dishing out. 1 assist, 3 knocks. Perfect stats coming in. And Sanhok, he is the man who kind of ruined the game for Stalwart Esports by those grenades and those DP 20 shots. He was the one bringing down their numbers. He was the one taking down Nized. Nized was knocked down how many times? I think 3 or 4 times he was knocked down.
You know, I was kind of thinking, right, if Sanhok did not create that flank, I think Stalwart could have made some massive developments in this game, but he kind of denied and shattered their dreams. And taking a quick look at the players that performed really well in this one, of course, the usual suspects, you've got Sanhok, Sex, Slipknot from Leo Esports. I think I'm really liking the way Leo has been playing so far. Then from 3x Esports, a little bit of a comeback story for their players. You've got Buff getting those 3 limbs, and then we've got good old Jane, right? One of those old guards of South Asian region, and I'm really not surprised to see him over here. But considering how this entire match really panned out, T2K was phenomenal. NB Esports, they were quite diligent, right? They were quite methodical with their style of play. They had a really good split. They were respecting their covers despite losing out on Mondo. Still managed to recover and get that chicken.
And yes, the Mongolian and the Nepalese team on day number 2, they are stepping up big time. But the Pakistani teams, they also need to start performing this time. In the match ranking, T2K are on the top because the elimination point which they got, total of 16 points. NB Esports, they got a beautiful chicken dinner. They had the numbers, beautiful rotations were showcased from their side, total of 16 points in their favor. And like you said, Leo Esports and even 52 also fixes, they are all so impressive. 52, they have stepped up their game big time.
Oh yeah, I mean, no second thoughts on that. Especially that little climb came in from the map of Sanhok, and ever since I think 52 Esports were getting ever so close up until they were hit by T2K's train, and suddenly they were kind of crippled out there in that situation. Did not see them coming. As you take a look at the highlights, I had no idea what the players of Pro officials were really up to, but Leo Esports, this is where you could see them, taking control over the situation. A beautiful spot inside the game, and look at Chotos dealing some massive damage, Joker hitting that final shot, and slowly it started simmering down where you felt like, yes, Stalwarts could have been in a good position, but NB being the smarter bunch, as T2K played spoil spot through so many of those teams because they were kind of lying in waiting for so long, and when the iron was hot, they struck and got some massive results out of this one, as now they kind of established the dominion in the top spot with MABETEX just a point shy, and then you've got Highvoltage DC. For medical vibes have again fallen off. Of course, they're going to be back in the next match. 1 less game played. DRS Gaming also dropping down. Leo Esports kind of quite consistent at the 6th spot, but NB Esports, I think in the start of today's matches, we saw them somewhere lurking around at the 17th or 18th position. Boy, oh boy, what a climb has it been for the Mongolians.
Oh yes, definitely. Even the players of 4MV, looking at their stats, they have the highest elimination, 43. They just need to focus on those placement points, and I think 4MV, with just 1 chicken dinner, they can be on the top. But on the other side, 3x Esports, well, the rivalry is not helping their case. I don't know what was going in the minds of 3x Esports and Magnus Esports. 3x, you guys are not in the safe area, you are in the danger area. You have to climb up and come in the top 16, and picking up fight in the open instead of prioritizing the rotation. I don't know, 3x Esports, maybe they're just risking their qualification for the finals. Magnus Esports, yes, they have taken a jump of 3 positions. Now they are sitting on the 15th spot with 22 points. But one bad game and Magnus Esports, they can come down and they can be the danger area.
Oh yeah, I think there's no doubt on that, right? Considering how these teams have been performing, and Magnus Esports haven't really been that impressive, especially how they played in their region's PMPL. But as we take a look at the schedule, this is one of those games where teams from Group B will be sitting it out. It's going to be Erangel again, and Group C make their way in. For Medical Vibes, just a couple of games ago, managed to get a chicken dinner, the first NDS championship, and now they'll also be joined by IHC, Aegon, I8, and 7th Element. And I consider Group C to be one of those group of deaths, to be honest, right? Especially with the teams that are stacked up over there. And 7th Element, still, they're kind of taking those baby steps, but I feel slowly but surely they're also settling in. Now, considering, Erangel is up, and I got one of my predictions right. I'm quite happy about that. Shadow, prediction time. Which team do you think is going to take this one home?
T2K this time. I think they can do it again, or maybe Stalwart. Okay, I'll go with T2K.
All right.
Are they
T2K.
playing?
Yeah, they definitely are.
Yeah,
Considering
then
they're
T2K.
So T2K for you, I feel since it's Erangel and Miracle Vibes have found their groove, I'll go with for Miracle Vibes. I think it feels like it's a Mongolian evening tonight. They've been impressive so far, the way they've been playing, if not getting the chicken dinner, but they're sort of closing in. And especially once you get that chicken dinner in Sanhok, you feel like you've been tested, you've figured out, you've cracked the code in the lobby. Because, considering if you take a look at that Sanhok matchup, you could see, right, Miracle Vibes being quite cautious with their rotations, right, entering in from that southern bridge, fighting, carving their way through towards the Western Island. So difficult, right, especially when you have 3 teams on that Western Island just dropping off and everybody was just fighting against each other. With 7th Element, they were keeping watch. But for Miracle Vibes, despite that, if they've managed to conquer that, I think Erangel is going to be one of those maps where we know that all they have to do is sort of replicate the style of play they kind of emulated in this one. And if that does happen, then we are going to see a back-to-back chicken dinner from Miracle Vibes' side. But Stalwart Esports, they got ever so close to get a chicken dinner over here and missed out on that one. T2K also, they were quite phenomenal. NB Sports looking really sharp, looking really strong. Sunny day for these lads in the office. But this game, what are they going to put on the table? They're not there this time around, so that's fine. They're going to be resting it out. Eliminate will also be not be playing with us. Pro Sports, Quantum Rage, also 2 of those teams will be watching this game from the sidelines as they will prepare for that final Sanhok. Of course, folks, we've given our predictions. You can let yours also let us know in the chat which team do you think is going to win this one out. But talking about Erangel, finally we managed to see a different kind of a circle, a little towards the east. But this time, if I have to say, ask you, Shadow, which sort of a circle do you want to witness? What would that be?
A Stalwart circle. I want teams to struggle a little bit. So yeah, a Stalwart circle could be an interesting, or maybe a shooting range circle somewhere towards the northern side.
Why to say this? You are watching the team suffer. That brings you joy. So does it seem like, as all these players are all riled up, readied for the next game to begin. It is going to be a back-to-back on Erangel. We just have a change in those teams, and that change will cause a lot of different scenarios, as Jane did make sure he had his energy drink before getting into the game. And all these players, everybody just making sure they have their game faces on. 64 players in the lobby, and we are yet to see some Pakistani dominance, especially with the way as the championship started with Aegon I8 winning the first game. Ever since, the Pakistanis haven't really come on board. There have been moments of brilliance, but nothing really where you could say, yes, the Pakistanis are dishing some heavy blows, and that's not happening, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Peripet to its shooting range, a long distance traveled for the teams dropping off at the eastern side of the map.
And I don't want to be in the shoes of Stalwart Esports right now, because they have a long journey ahead, even the plus of Quantum Rage and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. And speaking of Pakistani domination, yes, after Againx I8 getting a chicken dinner in the very first game yesterday, they have been completely missing in one of the few games where the circle was entirely in the favor of Againx I8. Still, they were not able to perform up to the expectations. Yes, the elimination points were there in one of the game of match 4, that was Sanhok. But other than that, Againx I8, they have been completely missing. On the other side, from the Pakistan region, that team that is stepping up slowly and steadily are the players of Quantum Rage. Every time Quantum Rage, they are able to have good placement points, if not placement point, at least good elimination points in their favor. And that has made sure that they are in top 10, if I'm not wrong. So yes, Quantum Rage is also one of the team that is stepping up big time from the Pakistan region. But Reggie's side at 3x Esports, Magnus Esports, well, they need to do something. They are struggling, really struggling in terms of the rotations which they are opting, even the players of TUF also. So Pakistan region is struggling right now with the rotations. On the other side, talking about the circle, I wanted a northern circle. PUBG gods, never listen to me. You have a complete southern circle, but Zeol, what is happening? He's in a close frontal battle with Chotu of 52 Esports. A grenade fight, and Zeol wins that one. And with the AKM, he gets the confirmation point as well. Now IHC getting the first blood already drawn, and 52 suffering a heavy blow at the start of the game. This is what usually happens when you go for a split drop. The segregation that comes in, individual players can be picked off. At the same time, it's also a RNG factor, which player is the lucky one who gets his hands first on the weaponry. And this time it was IHC who lobbed the perfect grenade. But talking about 4MV, maybe this time fixes, you can have one more correct prediction, because we have a southern circle and 4MV, this is their home ground. They're so aware of the geography of military base. This is a home ground, and considering they are going to be pretty loaded in terms of the resources which they are going to grab from Sosnoka base, I think 4MV, they can definitely eye for the chicken dinner. Even the players of Stalwart Esports can do so, because they missed it last time. So yeah, they're moving closer. The improvement is definitely there, but Stalwart, they are shying away from the fights. This is something that I'm surprised to see. Even in the last game also, Stalwart Esports, they are
What?
not having too many elimination points. Yes, the circle.
No, not just the circle. Shadow, did you see what Zivyad did?
Oh.
He rotated 360 and finally takes a leap inside the waters, and he does not have anything to really fight with, just that crowbar. And you know, if he can manage a knock, I'm done. I'm gonna shave my head off right on the live broadcast. I'm telling you, if he can pull that one off with the crowbar, because considering how, you know, the zone is formed, I'm pretty sure you're still gonna be satisfied, right? Especially what you thought, but Magnus suddenly are getting surrounded by the players of Leo. Look at them just charge in packs like hungry hyenas in the jungle, and they get the kill and they move away. Wow, this is beautiful.
Yeah, Leo, they tend to do these kind of things. They get a defeat point and they don't overcome it. They prioritize the rotation. The rotations that are being showcased from the players of Leo Esports are so very impressive. So yes, they have stepped up big time. They have done their homework pretty well. Early rotations are definitely coming from so many teams. Where Stalwart Esports, this time they are going for the bridge block, but do they have enough resources? I don't think so, because they didn't go to the Novorupnoy. They just looted the smaller compounds in the outskirts of military base, and I can see the shortage of those resources in the hands of Stalwart Esports. And bridge block at this point, mm, I don't think that's a good idea. Empty bags can't stand upright for a very long time. You need those first aids, you need those throwables in your hands. So I think Stalwart Esports, well, a good call coming from the IGL to head towards the home ground, lower point, loot the area, and then pick off the fights. On the other side, Magnus Esports, well, they already suffered a heavy casualty.
I think for Stalwarts, I guess what the idea could have basically been is just lie in waiting, right? You know, let our team pass and then just clobber them down with all the bullets, rain death and destruction, and take their loot if you do not have. But what you said is a rather safer approach, and works out, because this is one of those circles where Stalwart Esports, if they can keep on holding down to the numbers, if they do not face any early casualties. Because yesterday, if you remember, the first game that we had was a similar southern circle, right? And Aegon I8 managed to somehow pull through. So
Yeah.
this is another replication of that, and you could already see TUF right at the southern shorelines. They realized that they did witness a circle like that yesterday, and Leo was one of those teams, along with, I think, the players from Raw that were holding onto those compounds, eventually in which Aegon I8 really capitalized. So if they can pull off something like that, then this could be one of those games where you could see some good numbers being pulled off by these players. This time, Leo, having all 4 of their players alive, are now deciding to push in on the players of Magnus, but Sibians seems to be under threat as East, he is trying to get in a little bit close and realizes that suddenly he's not alone. There's somebody waiting for him, and now he's gonna take his sweet time in getting his backup, right? You could see East from the Apex, in fact, from the far off Ray, trying to close in on him. And what East is worried about is that there might be an extra person. So I think the moment he realizes that it's just that one player, he might decide to charge in. But look at Fomerical Vibes, just trying to surround Magnus from every single corner as 3x. They are definitely biting the dust as Zibyan just gives his position away. And now East will start cooking up a grenade.
And Zibian is in a lot of trouble, forced to leave the safety of the compound, and East with a grenade. Not East, it's Apex with that M416 that is going to take down Zibian and Magnus Esports. Well, they have lost one more player. And 4MV, they have got one defeat point. This can entirely be the game for the players of 4MV, because now they have the resources, they have weaponry, they will start hunting for the plus, and they're already doing so. They are placed perfectly on the shorelines, they are going for the bridge block, and everyone who is trying to come for the rotation, well, they have to cross path with the plus of 4ME. Even the plus of 7th element, they are locking horns with T2K, and T2 is Yog. The MVP guy has already been eliminated, and looks like 7th element, they are creating some trouble, but T2K, they're in no mood to pick up this fight. They are prioritizing the rotation. They do realize that at this point, out in the open is not a good position to pick up a fight when they don't have an idea how the players of 7th element are spread out, which angles, which area they are holding on to. But that's a heavy casualty. Siog being out, Jane's duo partner is already out.
Yeah, and that's not a good news for them, is it? That especially when they're kind of in this situation, right? They have to think of different recourses. But 7th element. But in fact, hold on. IHC, they decide to charge in on the players of 3x. Already 2 of them having been dealt with. This is a fight that has erupted around the ferry area. As above, again being surrounded by the hungry IHC boys, as everybody's just trying to inch in close together, marching as Zarbaf gets spotted down and goes falling to his death and misery. As the final player surviving, Miracle, he has to make a run. He has to scoot away from that position, because IHC, they're one of those foes that you cannot really mess with all by your lonesome, as I see spotting out some players trying to come in through the shorelines and dealing with them without any discomfort.
Regicide again in a very bad spot. Yes, they are going for this water rotation, but they should be aware that Stalwart Esports is kind of anticipating that some team will definitely try and come from the waterways, and they're ready. On the other side, Jalad, well, knocks himself by falling, and I hope his teammates are nearby so that they can go for the rescue mission, but I'm worried about Regicide. The consistency is coming from the Pakistan teams, but in a negative way. They are on the bottom. Every single time they get taken out pretty early in the game. The plus of 3x Esports are again left with only 1 player. Magnus left with 2 plus. TUF also left with 2 plus. So all the Pakistani teams, they are suffering except for Aganex I8. Even Aganex I8, they are not performing up to the expectations which we had. And right now, Rashan in the water can't do anything. And Stalwart Esports, well, they're ready. And TUF looks like Leo Esports. They are going to pick up Edgar as well. And now TUF, they're left with only 1 man.
I'm kind of surprised. None of these teams have really opted for taking over those western shores, right? Magnus is really close. They can decide on doing that, because it's a little bit of a different iteration of a similar southern circle that we had yesterday in the first game of Erangel. But for now, for Medical Vibes, looking quite solid, right? And considering how they are on a winning hot streak, the second one also could come in, but they really need to count the chickens first. And they have to ensure that they keep their enemies at bay. Do not let anybody come in, as Doc has sensed trouble. And it is the AWM. Quite a rare sight these days. Not a lot of players opt for this big green cannon. And once you have it, you are good to go. Along with that, a level 3 helmet and armor, as MABETEX deciding to close in on Prabeen, who has to be holding on to his spot, but gets picked off by the players of MABETEX, as he still does manage to take down 1, but that is not going to bear any result, because the other players of Highvoltage aren't really in the position to provide him that quintessential cover fire.
Yes, he forced down Aganex I8 Blade. out there, but for now, Against Ayed Blade is safe, but his teammate has been knocked down. He has to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen players. At the same time, all these teams, they're fighting in the blue. They're at the mercy of the blue, few hundred meters away from the circle, exactly 100 meters away from the circle. They have to prioritize the rotation because it's the stage 3 circle, and the blue will dish out a lot of damage. At the same time, for MV, they are going for the bridge block, so it's not going to be easy journey to cross the bridge. And Highvoltage DC, they already lost on to Probeen from the backlines. IHC is also coming in. And for MV, this time they are picking the plus of 52 Esports. Looks like Joker has been picked off, and the circle suddenly takes a sudden shift. And MABETEX Esports, Valley is placed perfectly to stop the plus of IHC, but looks like they are opting for the waterways.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. At this point, IHC a little bit of a pickle over there, losing out on Zol. Not the ideal circumstance they would try to be, especially with so many of those teams trying to carve their way inside the zone, and this is where the real fight really breaks out. As you can see, Malik is spotted out. Alex dishes out quite some hefty amount of damage as bodies are starting to fall. For Medical Vibes getting rid of 52 Esports as Godless responds back. Malik's head cracked open at this position. Jiggle, he just has to wait for this golden opportunity. As one after the other, Highvoltage DC, they're being dealt with. As there you can see, for Medical Vibes also raining death and destruction as Igon I trying to capitalize on the situation. Try to go on top of the lighthouse. But at this point, Blade trying to march in through, will not be spared as he steps out of his vehicle. Just barely surviving, and no is going to be the answer as Alex at the final bullet connects and gets the job done. As MABETEX have 2 of their players already down, as IHC still struggling to somehow get inside the zone with Aegon I8 also in the fray. It is so many of these teams surrounding the Western Bridge, and who gets through, especially even if you do, for Medical Vibes are so well situated to try and stop any sort of movements from that area.
For MV, this is the game for them. It's a golden game for them to capitalize on those elimination points. Right now, Highvoltage Jiggle is in a very tricky spot with the plus of ISC demo, up close frontal battle, and the UMP reigns supreme. And Jiggle has been eliminated, and with that, Highvoltage DC, they bite the dust on the 15th spot. But ISC, they have got 8 defeat points, but LX right in the crosshairs of Ghost takes hefty damage. At the same time, Demo has been knocked down, and now IHC at the mercy of the blue. Things are not looking good for both these teams. Against I8 and IHC, and against I8 IQ takes down Godless as well. LX, will he try and save his teammate, or will he prioritize the circle? Looks like he was trying to prioritize the circle, but there's no chance. Up close frontal battle with IQ over there, and with the M416, he's going to eliminate IQ, leaving Ghost all by himself. Now LX and Ghost with the grenade. LX might be looking for some connection, some damage. At the same time, Ghost is also having a similar mine, who is going to have the perfect projectile. Ghost down to 30 HP. Not looking good at all. And the blue will come in, and Ghost has been taken down by the play zone. With that, again I8 bits bye-bye from the lobby. Even IHC, they're not looking so very good because LX is only having single first aid.
Yeah. And at this point, all he needs to do is loot the other crates and find a few more. In fact, does though get something out of Blade's crate. But how do they get in? Killer Whitey falling to his own misery as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming pick a fight around that military base, right? As Alex, just trying to make sure it's kind of a waiting game for him. He has to ensure that Leo gets inside the circle, and then he can make a move. But with the zone doing some good chunk of damage right now, it's going to be really tricky of who makes it fast, because Leo still does have 4 first hits to work around with. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, no fear, closing in on Sandesh. They've managed to get a few knocks out of T2K, and now we'll just go out from here. In fact, before doing so, he manages to confirm those limbs there. As another player, I think it's going to be Rig, who's trying to take a few shots at Nofia's direction, and Mafia Ninja suddenly provides that cover fire. But despite that, Rig still finds his way through and manages to get that pick over there. And now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are going to be in 2 minds if they really want to commit for Rig, because is trying to, establish a good standoff over there, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have to be quite cautious of the threat looming around as 7th Element do decide to strike in. But seems like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming were well prepared for that, as 2 of the players have already fallen down. Still, Diambi alive. In fact, it's going to be Tabby still alive, and let's see what can this lad pull off from over here.
AJ is still holding on to his dear life. There is no way that he can save his teammate Nima at this point without dealing with the plus of 7th Element, and Tabby going for the rescue mission onto his teammate. Yes, the smokes are there. This is the moment that AJ with a grenade can take down the entirety of 7th Element, but he takes down T24 OP, leaving Tabby on a sliver of HP. There is still time that he can deal with Tabby and save Nima in this situation. Yes, the smoke wall is there, and AJ is slowly moving forward, but I'm worried. Magnus Esports, they can spot all the smoke, and maybe they can do a third party in this situation, and that is when SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they can fall apart. Tabby is still trying to patch himself up. All he has is the bandages, trying to work with them. But action comes in, and with a grenade takes Nima out of the picture, and 4MV also locking horns with the plus of IHC. IHC Alex, the only man surviving, looks like he has been eliminated on the 9th spot, with 9 elimination on the 12th spot. Stalwart Esports doing a perfect third party, and looks like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are not able to stand tall.
Yeah, I mean, eventually being out in the open, and that's gonna cause a lot of troubles. Mafia Ninja left to fend for himself as Stalwart slowly but surely trying to make their way in through, scarving their way. All 4 of the players alive. I like the odds. But Leo, this man refuses to bow down. Still alive, still keeping them in contention. MABETEX, such a huge improvement even from their sides, considering how they were playing in the SA finals, and now also looking a lot more solid as Mafia Ninja. He really needs to watch out, because now not only he's got to deal with the forces of T2K, but also the Mongols coming in. Stalwart Esports, in fact, Action letting loose a few bullets did make his presence felt. Of course, that huge vehicle also showing himself as Joker somehow manages to secure that knock as Avenger, the final player from Regicide, playing around the shores. But is Joker aware as Avenger? This is the right moment where he decides to strike in. But I think he's just going to try and buy a little bit time so that he can get his teammate back alive. As Magnus, faster, landing a few grenades, and everything converts in gold. As Rig again causing so much problem for Nized. As look at Miracle. I think it's the final player for 3x. And now he could get down not just 1 but 2 squads. If he makes his timing right, he needs to wait till TUF and Regicide fight it out and salvage whatever remains of the other.
This is a very good chance for 3x to capitalize on those 3 elimination points. Miracle, yes, he just has to wait patiently and finally takes down Avenger, gets a confirmation point as well, leaving only 1 player from the side of Regicide. That is going to be Noki. Noki has been taken by Joker, sir, and Miracle. He can still take down the last player from the side of TUF, but also he needs to watch his 6, because from the backlines, Leo Esports, they have spotted him down. So Miracle has his own worries. He can blow up that vehicle and find a good cover for himself, but will that be enough? I don't think so. On the other side, 4ME, they're still leading with good elimination points. They have a very good position as well inside the circle, trying for that northern dominant control by picking the players of T2K. Jane has been eliminated, and so is Rig. And now T2K left with only 1 player. And no, that is not the case. T2K, they have been eliminated, and so are the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. 4ME Dog, now the next victim are the players of Leo Esports. They are going all bonkers. They are hunting down the players.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is where, I kind of had figured that for Medical Vibes have maybe cracked the code, right? Like I said, it's not just the first knock you get to see from that AWM. He gets that coveted weapon and, kind of exploits it. And feels like a cheat for him, right? The way he's been connecting those shots. And it's a very rare sight to see, any player yielding that weapon. And he's done that in good fashion. As for Medical Vibes, they're all over the place. Look at East, just kind of scouring through the land, making sure there's nobody around. But little does he know that Leo is still waiting in hiding. And I think Leo has to hit at the perfect time. And if he does, he can cause some major injuries for Medical Vibes. But Leo Esports, they have been phenomenal this game. Also, 6 finishes already for these lads. and have made it to the top 7, as now finally for Medical Vibes decide to knock on the doors of the final players of MABETEX. It is going to be Leo who gets dealt with. As for Medical Vibes, we'll try to quickly get East back on his feet, as soon, look at them, 10 defeat points already, and still have all their players up and running. So this is one of those teams that are the stronger contenders in getting the chicken dinner, up until the force of Stalwart decides to stop them at bay, trying to gatekeep them. You've got Tops, you've got IC. NIRZ has got a different duty. I think he needs to focus on that southern island, in fact the southern base, and that is what he's going to try and keep under his control. But IC really needs to watch out for those AWM shots. I think one of them connected, and look at the amount of HP that got chunked out of IC.
I see. How can he survive, Doc? Out of 10, Apex is having 7 elimination, and he's looking so very strong. Still, 4MV, they do have good throwables, good resources in their hands, which they can use against the players of Stalwart Esports, and they're aware of the position. But Tops with that M416 is pinning down East, and they are out from the safe circle, and East and refuse. They have to move inside the circle. That is going to be a big challenge, with Tops keeping a close eye onto them. On the other side, Apex and Dog, they are inching closer to Tops over there. They can bring some relief by taking down Tops, but that won't happen, as Tops with an M416 takes down refuse. A lot of utility smokes has been deployed by 4MV, but that is not going to help. Yes, the player is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. It's going to be so important. It's going to be so pivotal for 4MV to make this rotation right now.
Yeah, I mean, Refuse at this point, he's pretty much refusing to die, but I think he's going to be the scapegoat. He needs to provide that escape route, but that does not happen. NIRZ puts a stop at him, as East could be next. Really stuck between a rock and a hard place. How does he make a movement unless and until his teammates could provide some cover fire? But that does not happen, as Leo bounce in on the players for Medical Vibes. Now, this is something that they had not calculated. This is something that was unanticipated. And that one player, you know, them going after, I think, Leo from MABETEX has caused so much trouble for Medical Vibes, because that's such a good control over the game. And now they're really fighting with life and death, trying to get inside the circle, with every single player falling down on their knees, as East has also been dealt with. 2 more players surviving. Haidami has closed in. Tops deciding to go after him also. And seems like he's also given his position away, but Apex eventually deals with Haidami, and will get that finish on Haidami secured for himself.
Now it's only Apex and Dog. They have to do something miraculous if they want to get the chicken dinner. On the other side, Tops so very close with that vehicle to the plus of 4MV. I don't know what he's trying to do. Maybe trying to lure the players out of their covers, trying to get the information. He was moving under the supervision of his remaining players, and the grenades can be so very detrimental for both these teams at this point. The Molotovs are already there, and Tops, he has been pushed back. Apex and Doc, they're still trying to fight against Stalwart Esports, and the numbers are not favoring, with only 4 teams and 8 players remaining. Leo Esports, they did heavy damage on the side of 4MV, and look at Tops, he's slowly crawling his way, moving closer to Apex. On the other side, IC and NIRZ also giving the perfect cover fire required for him at this point, but he needs to realize at this point he has to regroup with his teammates. He's overcommitting into this fight, and that's where the rotation has already been made. And Stalwart Esports, they have the majority of the control of the circle, and so does the players of Leo Esports.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Stalwart Esports, a really rough spot, because they decided they're gonna take that higher road, right? Instead of trying to face for Medical Vibes and get into a rough spot, it's better just to back off and stay at the mercy of the blue, just around the edges, and try to get something going on for themselves, as just those 10 bullets, and whoa, does connect. Such has been the style of play for Doc. Seems relentless at this point. Still somehow little away from the zone, needs to get 10 meters in, and needs to go in for a push. I think what he's got up next for himself is trying to fight against the players of Leo and will instantly ram in on their compounds along with Apex as they find Liquid out in the open. And now all they have to do is deal with Sus, who is left to fend all for himself as has that UMP and goes charging in, tries to take down Apex in the process. But Apex still, you know, being aware that Doc is around him. The numbers really not helping Leo as they get eliminated. And suddenly, Stalwart look to be taking control over the situation. NIRZ closing in on for Medical Vibes as Miracle could pose to be a thorn in Stalwart's path to glory.
Oh, he can be that ugly thorn for the players of Stalwart Esports. 4MV, they do have a good compound to their name, and the way they are accumulating those elimination points for themselves, 4MV was so impressive. They ought to get this chicken dinner, but Stalwart Esports, they have the numbers advantage. They have the 3 players, they have the information, they have already scouted the entire circle. So yes, Stalwart Esports are also looking very strong contender for this chicken dinner. On the other side, let's see Miracle, whose game he's going to ruin, because no one is aware about his position and the way he's crawling his way inside the circle. Well, he can take down NIRZ because NIRZ is unaware, no idea, but Miracle knows. Miracle knows there is a player on the other side of the ridge, on top, and look at him not giving any sound cue, taking the advantage of the foliage that Erangel offers. Maybe it's a little bit when NIRZ finally spots him and he's not going to spare him. And 3x, they have been dealt with. They have been eliminated. Now 4MV, the Mongolian domination. 4MV versus Stalwart Esports. Who is going to get this chicken dinner?
Well, I mean, at this point, for Medical Vibes, they've got some good cover. But Stalwarts do have the numbers capitalize. And NIRZ, I think with that little smoke, he wants to get in close, replenish his armor and helmet, and if he can find something like a Groza or an MK14, I think he's going to be pretty pleased with his discovery. And would be interesting. I want to see what does he get over there. As for Medical Vibes, at this point, have to exercise extreme caution because Stalwart, they've got so much room and space to work around with. They've got that element of surprise, right? But for Medical Vibes, they've got quite restricted movements over here. And after this circle, it kind of breaks open. And once it starts shrinking in, Apex and Dog, they need to find their way through. 8 finishes already for Apex and Dog sitting at 5. And I'm pretty sure the numbers in terms of damage, it's going to be massive. I don't know if it's the best of ideas for Apex to explore outside his compounds. I think he's just trying to create a different angle on the players, maybe watching out for the flanks, and that could be the intention of for Medical Vibes. But now this is the moment of truth. Next couple of seconds, you will have the circle starting to close in. This is where NIRZ and Doc, they will have that face-off, which will sort of decide the fate of this game. As Doc, instead of the AWM, decides to stick to the AUG. Did manage to dish out some damage, but still NIRZ is alive and kicking.
But his position has been compromised. Yes, he is alive. Stalwart Esports, finally they have stepped up the game. This time they are a little aggressive. They have got good elimination points as well. Otherwise, in the previous game, Stalwart Esports were kind of shying away from the fight. But now, again, they are back in the action. Last time they missed the chicken dinner. They came on the 3rd spot, but Dog finally finds NIRZ, shuts him down instantly. Now IC and Tops are ready with those grenades. The smokes are there, and under the cover of the soft cover, they're trying to move closer because of 4MV. And Dog with that AUG is looking for the confirmation point onto NIRZ, finally finds it. Now it's a 2v2 battle. Anyone can take it home. 4MV, the advantage which they are having is the compound. They do have a very good compound to their name. 14 defeat points already there, and Apex is already crawling his way, moving closer to the players of Stalwart Esports. Yes, that hard rock is going to help Tops in terms of the hard cover which he's having, but he needs to find exactly where are the players of 4MV. That is when he can lob those grenades. And Apex, he was so close. He could have been taken down by that grenade.
Yeah, just bombarding through. And there you have it, Apex being picked off, and this is the moment of glory for Stalwart Esports as one after the other, it has all rested on the shoulders of Doc, who is going to be pushed in from multiple directions as Tops, making no mistake, somehow surviving just with barely a margin of HP, and Stalwart Esports, the Mongolians, finally strike a very well fought chicken dinner, and they are going to enjoy, savor every single moment of that. And what a game it was. The Mongolians finally managed to invade in their own territory. And yes, they come out through, and Stalwart, such a huge sigh of relief for these lads. Wow, what a game it was. Boiled down to the wire, and well, what a winner chicken dinner for the Mongolians. Stalwart Esports finally strike, and that got pretty intense, right? And a perfect game that you could have imagined, right? Everybody being so cautious, and props to for Medical Vibes, just barely missed from the chicken dinner, but Stalwarts, I think this is where it came down, the final showdown, and that one mistake, I mean, of course, can't really help it, right? Tops having that semblance of cover, he kind of exploited that and gets to be the hero. Nirzet was creating that flank, but yes, for Doc, the way he played along with his teammate, both of them were amazing. Even Apex also can't really take anything away. I'm pretty sure one of them is going to be the MVP, but Stalwart, they take this one.
And with good frag numbers as well. Stalwart Esports, this time they're having good elimination points for themselves. That is going to help themselves rank a bit higher in the overall standings. But like you said, MVP this time I thought is going to be Apex, but no, it is Dog, the sniper man, with that AWM getting 6 elimination and a very high damage number, 0 assists, 6 knocks. Perfect starts coming in. Dog has always been the impressive one, but earlier in the league plays and SA finals, it was the grenades that were coming perfect from his side, but this time the AWM was also reigning supreme, so he's always impressive.
Oh, it certainly was, right? And especially those kind of the heavy chunks of damage that he was dishing with that big green cannon, it was sort of inevitable that damage numbers had to be massive. But look at Apex, also 8 eliminations for this lad, 784 points of damage, and at this point, Tops, Nirzed, and Sus, right, are the few suspects, and it was, you can't really keep Tops and Nirzed away when Stalwarts are getting that chicken dinner, right? Beautiful play executed by these lads, and delivered when it was necessary, when you were kind of wondering where did Stalwart vanish, and they come swinging through.
They did, and the match summary also, it is entirely about Apex and Tech, how they were raining death and destruction. 8 eliminations from Apex, the highest one, the highest damage from Dog. Even Sus also. Leo Esports, they are very impressive. They've done their homeworks, they're looking prepared for the SEC championship, and the way every single game they are playing, they are looking very good. MABETEX Esports, again, the consistency coming in this time with the highest healings done. They were going for the late rotation, because of which we can see this high healing number. But in the match ranking, we have Stalwarts on the top with 21 points.
Yeah, of course we do. And considering how things have worked out in this one, for Medical Vibes and Stalwart getting some good decent points, 21, 22 their name. Leo has been quite impressive so far. Have secured 10 to their name, and IHC 9, I think, still struggling with trying to figure out to get a few position points to their name, and you've got to give props to the lads, right? It was such a heavy battle going on over those bridge areas, right? So many of those teams. You had Aegon I8, you had MABETEX making life worse for them, and I'd say still somehow managing to try and close in on the gap. But for 52, DRS, Highvoltage DC, Magnus, Regicide, 7th Element, and Aegon I8, you kind of feel Aegon I8 to be kind of missing, especially after how they started off their journey into the PMPL as a championship. They really need to, start making a comeback.
The decision making also. They tried to pick fight with the players of IHC in the blue. They could have opted for the waterways, and that costed them their life. So yes, against I8, they really need to step up. At the same time, 3x Esports, this time they are getting good placement points because they were holding on to the complete southern shorelines. So yes, they do have good position points and good elimination points as well to work around with, but still they are in the danger area. But 4MV, well, with one chicken dinner, they are on the top with 82 points.
Oh yeah, and taking a look at the overall rankings, like you said, for Miracle Vibes, right back at where they usually enjoy themselves to be at, right at the tippity top, and starting to create that difference in terms of the scores between them and the second spot. But second, third, and fourth, we've got some close competition. With Leo Esports being quite consistent, I think they've been one of the most consistent bunch. MABETEX also getting those 30 points, the highest placement points so far. And for Miracle Vibes, I think this has been their day of comeback, right? Come with the second day. And Stalwart Esports also, I think, finally recovering in terms of all those position points that they had sort of missed out on. And they're going to enjoy their sixth spot at least as of now. Now, considering the fact that they're done with the day and with all the games played, because the next one, they're going to be sitting it out. Let's take a look at what's happening in the second page. As you can see, Illuminate Crew, Quantum Rage, 52 Esports, TUF, Raw Officials, Magnus, 7th Element, 3x Esports, everybody sort of falling down.
Yeah, TUF, 3x Esports, Regicide, they were all trying to come from the waterways, from the southern side, and Stalwart Esports, they kind of took few players from the side of Regicide. After that, they didn't have the numbers. 2 players were still on the shorelines, where 3x Esports, Miracle was placed perfectly. Even the players of TUF were there. So yeah, Pakistani teams, they are suffering, but this time, again, it's time for Sanhok fixes.
Yes, it is time to get into the rainforest and get our hands dirty and muddy, because now, teams from Group A, they will be sitting this one out, and Group B, C, D, and E, they are gonna come back and try and take their hands on. So NV Esports, Illuminate Crew, Raw Esports, Quantum Rage, they're all going to be back in action. And Shadow, this brings us to the junction. Who gets to pick, who gets to be the winner? Your predictions?
I think 4MV, because they are performing really well in the map of Sanhok. So I think 4MV, they ought to get this one.
For Miracle Vibes, you say? I think, yeah, I mean, the way they've been playing, with the way they've been performing, I guess you could see them maybe pulling it off, and they've done this even in the past. And this could be one of those games where they sort of rewrite history, right? And for me, however, I think in this one, I would like to see MABETEX pulling this one off. I kind of have my eggs in one basket, and I think I'm gonna go with MABETEX. Yesterday they also secured that final chicken dinner, and tonight it could be a similar situation. And in just a few seconds, folks, we're gonna get inside the game, and this is the right time where you make your own predictions also, because today has been the comeback of the Mongolians, because yesterday we saw the Pakistanis and the Nepalis are ruling the day, and Mongolians could not be left far behind.
But Pakistanis are left behind this time on day number 2. They are not able to perform up to our expectations. All the teams, Regicide, Magnus Esports, Magnus, yes, in one of the game they were getting those elimination points, but other than that, there is no fantastic gameplay that has been showcased by the players from Magnus and Againx IE. These are the 2 teams I expect big things, just like 4ME, Stalwart Esports are from Mongolia region. Same is the case with Againx IE and Magnus Esports. They are the dominating teams of the Pakistani region, and they should be in the top 5, if not top 5, at least in the top 10, which they are not right now. So yeah, I really hope they figure out what's happening wrong, and day number 3 they can start making a comeback for themselves.
Oh, of course. I mean, they would try and do so, and I would also be hopeful that somebody from the Pakistan region really comes in and does well this one. At least tries and gets their hands on a chicken dinner. But I think it's time that we get inside the match and find for ourselves because all these players, they are readied up to find out who gets the winner chicken dinner in the final match of the evening so far, folks. Is Aegon I8 eyes are gonna be on them. Definitely have to stage that comeback because that story that they started writing is left hindered somewhere in the middle. We have seen that dip. But from the PMPL Pakistan champions, we would of course expect a lot more.
Even Illuminate Crew also. This is Illuminate Crew is one of those teams that got back-to-back 3 chicken dinners in the League Plus of SA PMPL. So yes, Illuminate Crew is also one of the team that I expect big things, especially in the map of Sanhok. But this time they are also failing to impress me. And now it's the time for the last match of today. That is going to be Sanhok, a map where you can grab those elimination points. A very fast Sanhok we witnessed the previous one. This time the flight path is from the little western side of Khao towards Tambang. So the plane path is favoring heavily on the northwestern front. But doesn't matter. It's a 4x4 map. You can easily glide over to your favorite drop location, 3x Esports, again going towards the side of Bootcamp. But thankfully, there is no Stalwart Esports, so their numbers are safe. They can have the entire control, and let's see how this Sanhok fares for the players of 3x Esports, because when Stalwart is not there, they have the loot, they have the resources, they have got the entire control of Bootcamp. So they tend to really perform good. On the other side, 4MB heading out towards the side of Painan, but looks like there is a drop location clash in Paradise Resort again. Like I was speaking, Illuminate Crew and NB Esports again back to that healthy rivalry. And looks like they are going to engage in a fight with each other. Towards the southern end also, we have the plus of Raw Officials and Quantum Rage gliding together. So there is a possibility of one more drop collision happening on southern front. But this time the circle is towards the northwestern side, where the plus of 52, 7th element, they can really capitalize. Even the plus of Reggie side, if they go for a early rotation, they can have the control of the Camp Alpha Island and maybe get something good out of it. But looks like Raw Officials, the misery continues in Sanhok as well. They were aware of the players of Quantum Rage and they still went for the drop collision, and looks like now they are paying the price. Kancha has been taken down. Yes, Halsey takes him down and might be looking for the confirmation, but Yeta Uta comes in and takes down Goku, who was running out in the open, unaware of the position of Yeta Uta. Halsey gets the confirmation onto Kacha, but still, Raw Officials, they are not in the best of the state, as Claw is down to a sliver of HP and Raw Officials down to only 2 players. Yes, Goku has been eliminated. It's a 2v3 situation.
Oh yeah, I mean, this has been the case with Raw, right? They're falling down right on their face. And at this point, Claw, he's got to tuck his tails and run. Yeta Uta in no contention of even trying to provide cover fire, as Quantum Rage try to close in just a little bit. Will want to get that finish confirmed, but I think they've got their eyes set on Claw, right? Who's just hugging the fences there, trying to remain alive as long as possible, but quite difficult for that to be turned into reality. The only silver lining could be if Yeta Uta tries to provide cover fire while Quantum Rage push out right in the open. I think of which Quantum Rage have that awareness of. So considering how this game has been boiling down, I mean, a lot of bodies are falling. 7th Element and 52 Esports on the other sides, they're also fighting it out amongst each other. And today's been one of those days where you kind of are witnessing a lot of those western circles happening. And this is again going to favor the likes of 52 Esports and 7th Element if they kind of hold on, just remain a little bit calm, because now Quantum Rage are starting to question themselves if they actually commit for the push, because they're not 100% sure of where Claw is. And Yeta Uta, I think, has that barrel to work around with. But I like what Antanatan is doing, right? He's created another flank. And the moment Yeta Uta tries to, cause any sort of troubles, I think Quantum Rage can respond back in a better fashion.
Oh, they can. Yeto Uta has already done enough damage. He was able to pick Goku out in the open, and always from the side of Raw officials, one player that has impressed me is Yeto Uta. Whenever he gets taken down, I think Raw officials they tend to lose their confidence and they lose those 3v4 fights against any opponent team. So this time Yeto Uta is still there in the picture. Yes, he was able to create that opening, but other players also need to step up. They have to be with Yeto Uta and try and engage in those fights, because every time Raw official they play as a unit, they win those 4v4 fights. But looks like Senior, he's still hunting for the players of Raw official, but they are not aware where exactly the players are. And Raw officials, well, they are hiding. They have all the reasons to hide because they are in the danger area. They need those points if they want to be in the top 16. And day number 2, they definitely want to finish in top 16, especially in the last game. They want to deliver a good performance. But on the other side, few of the teams have already gone for a very early rotation, like the players of Magnus Esports already having the northern control of the Camp Alpha Island. On the other side, we have MABETEX and Aganex I8 going for the late rotation.
Oh, they certainly are. And for Miracle Vibes, take a look at them. This is the confidence that they wanted, and such has been instilled inside their hearts. Hearts of iron right now. At this point, they seem to stop at nothing at all. And, considering, they kind of had managed to secure a chicken dinner in the previous game with a similar sort of a circle, they would want to replicate this again. A little bit of, Camp Charlie fight still, I think, just kind of turned into a stalemate over here. But for the lads of Regicide, it's going to be a long, arduous path, because they not only have to deal with Miracle Vibes, also could get surrounded by 7th Element while they decide to traverse through the bridge. As Yeta Uta still remains in hiding. As look at Tantanathan, he's gone pretty deep. And, both these teams have to now think of ways of making it inside the circle. It's going to be such a long journey for them, especially when you kind of try to hit the edge of the circle from the southern side, go through Nakham. You've got players of DRS waiting for you. Now, finally, for Miracle Vibes, decide to strike in on Regicide. Noki, he's already started cooking up a grenade along with Apex. From Avenger, he's got to try to provide that cover fire, but fails in doing so as another grenade gets flung over by Avenger, still not hitting its mark. As for Miracle Vibes, have taken down one, will spot out the second one, and instantly decide to push in at his direction. But in doing so, East has exposed himself to Vaz, who shows no mercy and instantly picks him off.
And Noki has been already taken down. Now it's a 3v3 situation. 4MV Apex having the control of the compound, but the Molotovs can be so very deadly for Avenger. He has been forced to leave that cover, and now Regicide, Avenger out in the open, picked by Apex with that UMP45. The numbers are dwindling down for the plus of Regicide. The split that is coming in from them is not working in their favor. At the same time, from the backlines, even the players of DRS are also moving forward. So there is a chance of a third party happening. On the other side, Eliminate Crew, they have managed to eliminate the entirety of 52 Esports on the 16th spot. I thought this team was showcasing a very good improvement, but now again, a bad game in their favor. 4MV, they're aware of the rotation coming from the side of DRS, and DRS, they're in no mood to do a third party at this point. They want a good spot for themselves inside the circle. That has always been their priority, but they need to be careful of 7th Element, and with a vehicle run over, takes one player from 7th Element out of the picture, and Delta gets the instant confirmation as well.
Yep, now DRS utilizing the vehicles, trying to get in, get a few finishes here and there. For Miracle Vibes also, especially after taking that one loss in East, where he kind of lost sight of Vaz. In fact, was kind of tunneled in trying to take down Avenger, and eventually did fall down to his own misery. But as all these teams, you could see T2K, whoa, they're really out for a swim, aren't they? And seems like those fumes coming out from their vehicles shows that they've been spotted. And guess who's in a mood for some fishing? It is the players of Magnus, and T2K, their path to glory is stunted, with Magnus just watching over them. How do they get in? That's a big question. Unless and until the circle goes way directly going down, where Magnus have to move out and get in, I don't see a world where T2K make it to the shores alive.
Oh, there is a very slim chance. The odds are definitely not in the favor of T2K, with Magnus placed so perfectly. But on the other side, IHC 3x Esports, they're also trying to cross that river bank, and while doing so, 3x Esports, they can go for the trade drop. With that AUG and level 3, they are going to come very handy. And NB Esports, they are going for the late rotation. They're still holding on to the Tatmok Paradise Island. They might be going for a late rotation, but at the same time, they need to be a bit cautious from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, because SKYLIGHTZ, they are coming from backlines. But the cluster that is forming around the boot camp, and look at that rig, he has drowned himself, knocked himself by drowning. And Magnus Esports, now they are going to capitalize. There is no chance they are going to spare the plus of T2K, and T2K do realize this. That is why they are choosing, rather than to give the points of elimination to Magnus Esports, better die on our own.
Yeah, better not give your opponent those crucial points, because they might just become the reason why they make it and you don't, right? So T2K still in a quite commanding position in terms of the overall rankings. For Magnus, I think the onus is on them. They need to accrue as much as possible, as Suyog just giving his life away to this huge ocean. And right now, Zibian still trying to get a little greedy, wants to search for somebody coming out to breathe, and wants to take him down for good. But Magnus, I think they will have to look at the bigger picture. I hope they have their vehicles ready, or some ways where they could enter the circle without any difficulties. As SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they're still at that central island trying to just break through. They need to cross over the bridge. It's going to be quite a tedious task, especially with NB Esports watching out for them. And it's not just NB Esports, because you also have the players of Aegon i8. A little bit of a circle shift towards the northern side. I think T2K, this is a blessing in disguise for them, because now somehow Sandesh has found his way through, and all they need to do is get over to those those boundary line compounds of Hatin, and then they could do some wonders. As Akaza, oh my god, just trying to tap through that S12K, did some decent amount of damage, but it's gonna be Fistboy who enjoys all those delicious knocks over there, one after the other, trying to keep the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also at bay. Nima and Mafia Ninja on really low HP. They need to recover. They need to recuperate. And now they've got a good position. NB Esports, how do they get inside the zone?
Aganex i8 also having the swim. There is no chance even the players of Aganex i8 can make it to the safety. And Fistboy knocks down Boost over there. And even Falak, like you said, fish in a barrel situation for him. He's pretty much handicapped, can't do anything. Instant confirmation onto Ghost and Fistboy. Now he's looking for the confirmation point on two teams, and both these teams look like they are doomed. But NB Esports, they have to cross that river bank. But Mafia Ninja comes out in the open. Nima has been taken down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, what are they doing? There was no need for Mafia Ninja to leave his cover. Now he's also in the same situation, just like Falak, where Akaza is looking for both these players as well as Mondo. And Mondo gets an instant confirmation point onto Nima as well. NB Esports, yes, they are making too much noise. Maybe they can grab the attention of the players of Illuminate crew who are waiting for them on the other side of the river.
No, I think taking a look at why Mafia Ninja just dropped off, I kind of felt that he was quite vulnerable over the bridge. Right, he thought that Aegon i8 have already made it towards Hatin, and eventually things might go down south if he does not play his cards right. But eventually, there you go, Mafia Ninja goes falling down, as a Viper is going to just kind of spread his fangs right over him and take him down for good. As for Medical Vibes, one after the other, they are starting to fall and refuse. I don't see him coming out of those waters alive, as he also succumbs to his own injuries over there. As Falak also gets picked off. As for Medical Vibes, also bite the dust with i8 now just having IQ, being the lonesome survivor, especially with Wolfies keeping a watch from atop of the hills. It's going to be difficult for him to actually come and try and get that rest back on Blade.
Oh yes, it's a crucial revival. At the same time, Yeto Uta, he's fighting with the blue along with his teammate Claw, where 3 Esports they may try and gatekeep the players of Raw officials. But right now, they are at the mercy of the blue. On the other side, MABETEX Esports is one of the team that has showcased a very good rotation, already having an epicenter control. But DRS, they come in and finds Yeto Uta, instantly shuts him down from that height advantage. DRS, they have so much information. The next victim could be the players of 3x Esports, but right now Eliminate Crew also being the king of the hills, punishing the players of IHC, and even the players of Eliminate Crew are also getting punished. The trades are coming back and forth with Sky and Woofy's the only players remaining. Can they save Nova X? Yes, they are trying with tooth and nail to eliminate the entirety of IHC. Nova X still bleeding, begging for help, and looks like Woofy's has made it in time. Can he go for the rescue mission? Yes, he's going for that as Alex from IHC. He's going to patch himself up. And Woofy's with the grenade is looking for some more opening, trying to take down Zeol on the other side of the compound.
Oh, look at Zeol. Still alive, you know. Finally getting to see IHC in their top 10 kind of makes me feel a little happy because they have had some massive issues with securing those position points. Now knocking at I8's doors, Sky really needs to hold on as Zeol, Demo and Alex are all pushing in tandem with each other. A little bit of a spread for the boys from IHC trying to surround Sky from various angles as Sky decides to let loose on Alex. Instantly shuts down the doors, can't really break it open unless you have that Molotov or you lob that grenade, and they do exactly both of it. And now Sky is feeling the tremors, right? The fear settling in, but still believes in his teammates Nova and Woofus. As Nova has got a beautiful angle, Sky still somehow alive as Nova decides to strike and Alex goes falling down. Again, Zeol, entire responsibility rests on his shoulders as Demo is trying to create a different angle altogether, and Illuminate Crew want to capitalize on such a situation. In trying to do so, Zeol holds them off as he manages to pull one for his team as the trades do come in, as Woofus from the left hand side just closes in, and IHC, they are down to the ground. And with that being said, IHC have been wiped out of the server.
9 teams, 27 players remaining, and Illuminate Crew. I was saying, where is this team? Why they're not able to perform? But finally, they are also stepping up. 7 defeat points in their favor. DRS, they were the king of the hills, but the circle betrays them, and looks like the players of the 7th element are now punishing by taking down one player from DRS, Gyante, Killer YT, and Delta, trying to move inside the circle. They have those buggies, but 7th element, Tokasaurus, is also fighting with the blue at the mercy. Can they make it inside the safety of the circle? That's the main question. Maybe the plus of DRS can, and at the same time get the defeat points onto the plus of 7th element, and they do so with perfection. Tokasaurus has been eliminated. The play zone takes Divine over there, but Tabby is going to retaliate as he takes down Killer YT. At the same time, Delta as well. He's fighting from the blue, but can he get the confirmation point? I don't think so. Gyanta on a sliver of HP. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible and go for the crucial revivals on his teammate. And the play zone takes the players of 7th element out of the picture. Now DRS, they have the entire southern control, but they are not aware of the position of 3x Miracle.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, for 7th element, I think they're still trying to struggle in finding their footing inside such a lobby. And in the league stages, it's the perfect time for them to experiment, because in the finals, it is gonna get even worse, right? And it's the first time these boys are coming out. I'm really proud of what they have achieved. But for now, Akaza manages to get that knock on Leo, as Aegon I8 have a fight going on against NB as well. So NB trying to pick fights on multiple fronts as Magnus decide to close in on MABETEX as one of their players taking some heavy amount of damage. Zibian getting spotted through, threaded the needle by Kessie as he deals with him one after the other. The numbers of Magnus, they're falling down. Wow, that was some impressive stuff from Kessie as he just slaps his opposition with those DBS, and Magnus, just in the blink of an eye, perish from the face of the earth.
Magnus Esports, what just happened? 2 players were peeking from the same window. They were aware of the position of MABETEX Esports player, but still no throwable was used. Maybe they were running short of them. I don't know. But Magnus Esports, both the players peek from the same window. But on the other side, we have the players of Egenex I8 having a good compound to the name, where the players of NB Esports as a unit, as a pack of wolves, are marching towards them. Are they aware that Egenex I8 is also there? They need to be a bit cautious, because if not aware, if not careful, maybe IQ can punish them. Blade is already ready with a grenade in his hands. Might be looking for some opening or connection onto Seg, but failed to do so. Now NB Esports, they're aware where exactly the players of Egenex I8 are. We have the players of T2K as well. The circle is entirely in the favor of MABETEX Esports. This is their game to lose.
Oh, this certainly is. I mean, at this point, MABETEX have such a commanding spot. But look at Delta and Killer and Gante. They need to get down, especially with MABETEX keeping a close watch. It's going to be really difficult. But I think Leo has got his attention on the players of NB Sports over there. And Aegon I8 and NB, that is a battle that is going to eventually erupt at some point or the other. With T2K also trying to play spoil spot in that particular fight, with Kessie trying to apply some massive amounts of damage over there, trying to connect those shots. Mondo goes out in the open, still spared, somehow alive, breathing, as Wally takes down Kyante as he makes his way down the hills. As Akaza falls down to I8, and that takes one of those players of I8. And now with that being said, NB Esports decide to march in on Blade. I mean, pretty much aware of his position. Blade does have the DBS to play around with as Seg goes falling down. Everything has gone wrong for NB Esports as one player, Akaza, survives while the others lie down on their knees. It is going to be a 1v1 situation where Blade could just swing through with that DBS, and if he connects his shot, it might work out. But Blade still taking his chances, bobbing and weaving, and will find that final elimination. Aegon I8's Blade gets to become the unsung hero for his team over here, as MABETEX on the verge, on the cusps of winning this game, as DRS Killer YT just trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible, as Jane and Sandesh still in the cover of those compounds around Hatin, as Wally decides to go out for a soiree, wants to spot out somebody from DRS, instead gets responded back with a lot of bullets, but still no outcome for the players. But eventually Sandesh is the one who gets that final elimination on DRS, as they also bow out.
And now 3 teams, 7 players remaining. MABETEX, they have the numbers advantage with all the 4 players alive. Things are still looking very strong for the players of MABETEX Esports. On the other side, T2K, I'm surprised the way they have made it inside top 3, because when the rotations were coming in, they lost 2 players. It seemed impossible, but the circle was gracious enough. It was again and again in the favor of T2K, and this time they are still surviving. With Wally out in the open, hefty HP has been taken out from him. Now he needs to patch himself up. Leo, don't make the mistake again, because Sandesh is ready with that M416. But the armor, look at Sandesh armor. He's not having too many first aids or the medkits or throwables, just a single grenade and single molotov and a damaged vest. So Sandesh, you also need to be a bit careful, because it's not just 1. 2 players might be shooting in your direction.
This is brilliant. This is brilliant what MABETEX are trying to do. Trying to go in a little bit more towards that eastern side. If Wally can get that, then he blocks off that little semblance of cover that T2K have to play around with. But that is not going to be necessary, as MABETEX again finish things off with a victory. A well-deserved one, as sheer patience and sheer grit earns them the title of the winner chicken dinner, as they again end the day right at the TBD top at the overall rankings with 19 points in their bag.
सरकार, कुछ दोस्त आपके लिए गिफ्ट लाए हैं गिफ्ट।
अरे वाह! तो बस हमारा शाही लिबास PUBG मोबाइल पे पहन लिया जाए।
सिर्फ PUBG मोबाइल पर।
All right, what a moment it has been, right? The Mongolians finally thunder strikes, and the entire SA region trembles as they set foot, and they are here to conquer. MABETEX Esports, a very well-earned victory for these lads, as I think in that game of Sanhok, they had everything right down, and I think it was quite difficult, especially in those final moments. The only way I saw T2K really losing this one, winning this one out, was if they could stop them on their flanks. But That was not the case, right? What Wally were trying to do was try to create a better angle, because what T2K would have done next is get over the fence and take cover from the vehicles that were lying in front of them. So had they, just succeeded in their endeavors of going a little pushing down towards on their east, then I think there would have been nothing left for T2K to fight for, would have been a checkmate. But things did not really come down to that. I think MABETEX, the moment I guess they dealt with the forces of Magnus, I felt like this was pretty much their chicken dinner, because I loved how they kind of hindered NB Esports also, and Blade somehow becomes the star of his team, Aegon I8, when they were being pushed off. And yeah, it was a wholesome game. I absolutely loved every little second of it.
Oh yes, it was so very aggressive. So many good rotations were being showcased. Even the circle was playing its own game. But we need to start criticizing the bottom teams, because every time we do so, the team starts performing. We were talking about 3x Esports and Againx I8. This time Againx I8 is having a good outing in this one, but the MVP is going to be Killer YT from DRS. DRS, they were able to do so much damage from the tight angle, the way they were able to pick good players. Initially, it was Team Regicide they locked horns with. They were able to get good elimination points at that situation. The Rob clash that happened, but 3 elimination on Killer YT, 709 damage, a very high damage number. In fact, a very high healing done number as well, because DRS, they were at the mercy of the blue. They were fighting with the blue because they were going for the late rotation.
I think, to be honest, DRS, I guess the high ground advantage sort of became one of their Achilles heels, right? Because they, the moment they tried to come down, they were kind of easily spotted and were well dealt with. And Killer still, those damage numbers really proving instrumental. And as a result, manages to get that MVP, and has been such a nice player to his squad, right? He's been there in, along with the other stalwarts that we have in terms of the MVP. He's one of those contenders. Fistboy, Sky, few suspects are new on the board, especially Sky. Illuminate crew finding some respite, but Matt Sumry in front of us. Yes, highest eliminations for Cassie. I loved what he was doing inside that little compound. The way he was just threading the needle, finding those very tight angles, and still managing to get those knocks.
But I'm disappointed from the opponent team. That is, I think, I forgot the name. Was it DRS?
Yeah, I think Magnus decided to push, and then
Magnus,
DRS were kind of on top. And when they decided to just close in, they were dealt with.
And Killer YT also having the highest damage. DRS, they also fared off really well. They were also going for the southern rotation. In the match ranking, we have MABETEX on the top. This team has been the most consistent one. The improvement that was showcased by them in the SA final, that is being carried forward here as well. They are not stopping for anyone. 19 points, and they are sitting on the top in this one.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, with just 2 more days remaining into the league stage, it's going to be an interesting affair of what awaits these teams. But for now, we were kind of expecting the teams at the very bottom to kind of step up, and few of them are starting to show some signs, but the others are still just kind of lingering down there. I mean, concerns really heavy and hot for the likes of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, the lads of 3x. They really need to wake up from their slumber. I do not know what's going wrong with them, but I'm pretty sure nothing is right. And same goes with Regicide also, with the way they've been playing. And we'll have a more vivid picture once you kind of take a look at the overall rankings. MABETEX right at the 90th, with 90 points, right at the very top, with For Miracle Vibes not far behind, just 6 points separating them from the top spot. T2K Esports, Highvoltage, they've been doing pretty impressive. DRS have been holding out on their own. I mean, consistent performances they're expecting is head in to the finals with a decent ranking. And Leo Stalwart, I think we could see some good consistent plays from their side. NB Esports, however, have made one of the biggest jumps so far. Aegon I8, a little bit of redemption, especially courtesy to Blade, how he played in that final moment. IHC still in the thick and thin of things, but they can certainly do better.
Oh yes, they can certainly do better. IHC, Againx I8, both these teams, they can really do better. This time Stalwart Esports, they have taken a downfall of 1 spot, but I want to see which teams are on the bottom, if there is any major change, and that is definitely there from the side of 7th element. They have taken a jump of 4 position points, and now they are sitting on the 13th spot with 28 points. And if they keep up this consistency, I'm very sure they're qualifying for the finals. Even the plus of raw officials, they have started stepping up, that really need to work on those placement points because they are not able to survive for a very long time. So if they work on the placement points, I think raw officials are good to go. 27 points to their name. But Reggie side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, 3x Esports still on the bottom, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, that's a very surprising name over there.
Yeah, I mean, a huge surprise, especially at that spot. But from the 12th to the 20th position, I think it's still wide open. It could be anybody, and we're going to see a lot of volatility tomorrow as well. So T2K Esports playing some really good game of PUBG Mobile tonight, and you could see Suyog being one of those crucial players for his team, and along with Jane, their duo has been working wonders with Sandesh. He kind of decides to stay aloof from his team, but still gets the job done on those multiple scenarios. And looking at that, T2K, this is not all of their matches played, because number should be 8, but it's still 4. So kind of wondering if that's really the updated stats. But regardless, I think coming back into the fray. So elimination leaders: Apex, Malik, Doc, Kayla YT, Suyog. You could see these players, they've been really going and hitting quite heavy.
Well, they certainly are. Apex, I'm not shocked. He was always on the top of elimination leader, even in SA finals. And look at that, elimination 25 already in his pockets. Malik with 18 elimination from the side of Highvoltage DC. Highvoltage DC, they're having the impressive ones in this SAC. Even Killer YT with 17 elimination of his own. And looking at the day summary, well, it was started by Nepalese domination, with T2K getting a chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh yeah. I think, at this point, taking a look at the day summary. So, of course, it started off with the Nepalis going in hot and heavy. And T2K still looking strong. For Miracle Vibes, NB Esports, Stalwart, and MABETEX, especially the Mongolians, they were looking really good.
Oh yes, they were. 4MV, Stalwart Esports, MABETEX Esports, 3 Mongolian chicken dinners coming in. So finally, the Mongolian domination, which we were talking about yesterday from the set of 4MV and Stalwart Esports, again back. And MABETEX Esports, well, they were already there. They were the consistent ones. But let's see if day number 3, Pakistani teams can also start stepping up. Because in the last game, Erangel did showcase some signs of redemption.
I think... yes, like you said, right? Aegon I8, they've been sort of the front bearers for that region, because apart from Aegon I8, I've kind of been missing that edge from the other teams, because 3x, I don't know what they're really up to. Magnus, again, one of those teams that I feel can put a lot. 7th element, they're trying, but they're kind of struggling there. Regicide has been completely missing for me. So yes, I think Pakistani players really need to just wake up and get themselves back in and do something, and get things rolling down, because we're almost we've already hit the half markers, right? Everybody has played their 8 matches, and from here onwards, you will have those remaining 8 from here on forward. So here and forth. So at this point, the question remains if the Pakistanis make a comeback tomorrow or not. But the show still goes on. But for now, folks, we are done with all the matches of the evening. And Shadow and I, we're going to be calling it a night. We'll meet you tomorrow, same time. So you don't go anywhere. Till then, take care and have a good night.
Show